Hi, my name is Ross Waterston, the creator and founder of Geordie Consulting and Geordie Intelligence, the YouTube channel that you're watching right now. What we're going to do is we carry on and we extend it to the final semester, really, of our Back to Basics series. So I thought, let's actually look at the Power BI service and what actually is going on within the service and really shape that conversation, because a lot of stuff is out there that we're seeing, that I'm seeing, but there's not a lot that's actually really explaining the realities of what a Power BI implementation actually looks like. And then, of course, we've got the next step of, well, we've got Power BI, we want to move into Fabric. What would we need to do for that? So I think if we understand what we're doing with our Power BI workspaces and with our Power BI environment and the challenges that we face, that's going to prepare us, isn't it, for that next step and into Fabric. But first, let's do the boring bit. Geordie Intelligence is a YouTube channel. YouTube channels are entirely dependent on likes, subscriptions, interactions of any sort that you want to have with the channel. So do me a favor, like the video, tell your friends who are busy learning Power BI, go to Geordie Intelligence. The Back to Basics series is brilliant. Okay? Help us out, and it allows us to keep making content like this and to also make sure it stays free. Let's get started then. Okay, first off, we've got this report page that we've been working on, all right? This is the file from week 11. I've just renamed it week 13 because we're going to go through and do the things that we're going to do with it here, and then I'll put it up into GitHub so it's available for you to download. What I wanted you to see, though, right, is around here at the bottom of the page, okay? Because this is the bit that's kind of most important, and this is the reality of a lot of Power BI reports that we see as we're going through and doing consultancy with clients. Okay? Reports with lots of pages and lots of stuff that potentially shouldn't be together. And the problem with doing all this is everything then is stuck with the data, and you've got this big giant blob of everything, and it makes it really difficult to work out what you're doing with it. And I think as well, if I'm being 100% honest, this is where a lot of the question marks come in terms of what do we need to do with protecting our files and managing our Power BI environment. Let's strip all that back. Let's actually look at what's going on and let's see if we can understand, right, this is what we need to do to actually get the results that we need. Now, obviously, with this, we're going to have to accept that there are going to be some limitations, right? If we're going to stick to using this data set, it's not a full enterprise-wide data set, so it's a bit noddy to do it this way, right? And I certainly wouldn't recommend doing it this way if your data set was just this size. But this will scale to as big as you want, really, okay? And your limits would then be into pushing into things like Fabric workspace limits, rather than just saying, oh, it's Power BI, even if you got through the premium per user route, okay? This will cope, this will expand. This is stuff I've seen huge data models working with very effectively. There's some little things you've got to do at times, but yeah, nothing is impossible with this. This is a good way of working. What do we do? Okay, so the step number one is going to be, we want to establish this point, don't we? We've got this master report, do not use for visualizations. Okay, and as we've said before, more than likely you will end up with some pages in there, but they will be hidden. Yeah, I'm quite happy I can show you some like the Newcastle Park Run stuff where we've built, there's lots of stuff hidden. Even though it's one big report file, there's lots of hidden pages. Nothing wrong with hidden pages. They're part of how you test things and evaluate what you're doing, and they're part of the development cycle. So I think nothing wrong, don't worry. Okay, in terms of these, you often end up building these when you're doing specific measures, especially once you get to this proper distributed way of working. So we've got this. What this looks like in our Power BI workspace area, okay, is this. Right now, it's good that we've published a few versions of this in the past, because this kind of really highlights the challenge that you've got. Okay? If you have a single workspace, so whatever is going to be in one workspace, we're going to put everything for a team in one workspace. All you're doing is you're building a silo. And the point of Power BI is we don't want silos. So we go from we don't want silos to let's build a silo. Okay, doesn't work. This is why we, in terms of Geordie Intelligence and Geordie Consulting, recommend that you split them out and split the workloads. So let's go through and think about what we would do. So what I'm going to do with this, right, is I'm going to go to my workspaces and I'm going to create a new workspace. I'm going to call this B2B, Back to Basics. Okay, and this is going to be data engineering. Okay, we're just going to call it data engineering. Okay, for now. I'm going to apply that. That will create that. Oh, I just realized what I forgot to do. Anyone else recognize what I forgot to do? What I forgot to do was to go into the workspace settings and make sure that it's not picking through one of the Fabric ones, which of course it is. License info. Yep, I don't want it on there. Let's edit that. Go into one of our premium per user ones. So we've got a lot of stuff that we can do, right? This is one of the things that you see. I'll zoom in a bit on it, where you can pick your license type. Okay, you can see we have this Fabric trial. I've been looking at a Fabric trial trying to work out, is this worth doing? I haven't seen enough to make me think the content here is really worth presenting it to you guys yet. I think there is an awful lot of like on the cusp stuff with Fabric, like on the cusp. But I think that's the problem. If we're saying we're going to put stuff into production, it needs to be good, ready in production, not just on the cusp. And I think that's my headache that I've got right now. It makes it really difficult for me. Fabric capacity, we're looking at it. There's some Fabric capacity calculators out there trying to work out, is it even worth us going into an F2? As I say, if we're going to do it, it would need to be done properly. F2, obviously there's a cost implication on that for us to do that. So we would need to think, is this going to be something we're going to produce meaningful content for you guys from to justify the cost? Bear in mind, we'd have to go and beg from Geordie Consultancy to pay for that cost for us. So think about it. Yeah, that's a big reason, think about it. Premium per user, it still seems to be the license of choice in terms of looking at our client bases. We obviously always try and start clients on Pro, but what we tend to find is something happens or we end up PPU. Normally within about 6 months, we're up to a PPU point of being. Once you get big enough and you're a big enough organization, just in terms of literally bums on seats, you will naturally get to that crossover point where your license cost meets the capacity cost of Fabric now, as opposed to premium capacity. And at that point, it's where you would always say, make the change. That was always the advice from Microsoft. That's why it's part of the reason I think why we're struggling with, well, how are we justifying this increased spend in Fabric to a client when we've always had really clear guidance up until now? But anyway, digress, probably a little bit more information you ever wanted to hear, but it's probably worth you knowing it. So I've picked premium per user, okay, which is R1. And the reason why I've picked premium per user is because at some point I think it'll be worth us looking at one of the extra features that you get with PPU that you don't have with just Pro. So it would put in PPU, but for you and for the size of the data, Pro would work fine. Okay, but as I say, this is where we're stepping into the area that we do need a subscription for it. I'm going to pick premium per user. Okay, you could pick the large semantic model format as well if you wanted, which is, again, can be useful if you've got larger data sets. For this though, small will be fine. I'm going to click OK, so change the access. Right, and we're going to go and create another workspace. New workspace. This is going to be B2B, B2B, models. Okay, and this would be where we're going to create the models. Under advanced this time, make sure we pick premium per user, apply. And then once more, we're going to go and create a new workspace, B2B. This is going to be app. Okay, and I'm going to say app 1 for now, okay, app 1. So, for you guys, this could be like your C-suite. You could have like your finance team. You could have your sales team. You could have your R&D team, whatever it was. But yeah, I'm just going to call it app 1. Okay, this is going to be the visualization layer, though, for our apps. Okay, for our visualizations, for what we're doing. If we go back to our area, we can see we've now got these 3 new workspaces here: B2B models, engineering, and apps. You guys didn't tell me again. I hate this Fabric trial. so annoying, keeps picking up. Of course you want the trial. No, I don't. Why would I want the trial as a default? There, and select that license, and done. Yeah, okay. Show you that again. Right. So what we've got here then, we've got these 3 workspaces. You can see now, these are all premium per user. See our Back2Basics, which has got the whole thing in working, is in Pro. Okay, so there's no real benefits. It doesn't really make any difference. Now, if we go back to here, this is one of the things, and I think in so many ways, I think this is to blame for part of the challenges that we're seeing with Power BI. Is this really enforces, want to do everything in one workspace? You don't, okay? I kind of understand it, and we'll see if we can replicate this as we go further through. But this create basic visualization task flow, it encourages you, well, just why would you get data, store it, and visualize it all in one workspace? Of course you're going to do it. It implies that it's the right thing to do and that that's optimal. And I think that's, again, part of the problem we've got. But anyway, I digress. So if we go over into our data engineering side, so this would be our data models, our ETL scripts. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, right, I'm going to create a new item. And as I say, for me, new items, one of the ones I still use really all the time almost is data flows. Okay, so I'm going to come all the way down. I should probably just start typing. Maybe I should have made it a favorite. I don't have any favorites. Okay, but data flow Gen 1. Okay, data flows Gen 2 are part of the Fabric stuff. Again, it's one of those where there are definite advantages of data flow Gen 2. Is it enough to say it's worth switching over? I don't think so. I think this is partly where we get to the issues. Obviously, data pipelines as well, Dataflow Gen 2, there is value there, but if you're factoring the cost implications in, it makes it difficult. It's a difficult sell still. So anyway, we're going to create this. No, create Gen 1. And the question now is, well, how do we actually do all this? Is there a good way that we can bring stuff in? What we can do is we go to define new tables. Okay? And then we're going to go to blank query just to get started. What we really need is to have something that gives us this view. So if we go back over to here, what we can do is we can go to transform the data. You can see we've got our tables here. These are the ones we need. So I'm going to go right click and copy. And then back over to here, right click. Oh, sorry, no, you've got to hit Control V, isn't it? Control V, I always forget those, get those mixed up. Do that. Okay, and you see it's brought all this stuff through. Now it's going to say, the credentials aren't right for this. The location isn't right. Now all this is coming from, and we have the base query here. So I'm going to configure the connection. We cancel that. Now the question is, what we've got is we've got this source. Now, there's a way we can fix all this. So what I'm going to do is I am going to go to a browser window here, go to GitHub. Okay, and then if we go to our repository and we go to our Power BI 101, and in our 101, we have sample superstore.csv, which if you remember from here, is the file we need. So if we click here, sample superstore.csv, and it brings us to here, we get raw. If I right click on raw and say copy link, and then I go back to here, what we can then do is we can paste this in here. Okay, so you can see we get GitHub, blah, blah, blah. Instead of file content, it's going to be web contents, a capital W. Yep, it is, isn't it? I'll put a capital W in there, haven't it? Yep. Click away. Configure the connection. New connection, it's anonymous. I'm going to make this public because it is public. Hit OK. Okay, so that's read that through. So we've been able to convert that from a file connection on my local machine to being something that's based on the web that we've got, okay, on the website. Right, now we've got a couple of things in here where we've referenced tables within tables. Okay, and this is something that Power BI Desktop lets you do, but Power BI Dataflows normally with just a Pro license will not let you do. We can see the source for these is tcustomer. Now, because tcustomer is hidden, it should be fine. What's it not liking? That's tcustomer as well. It should not be. Let's refresh all that. Let's remove that. I'm just going to do one thing, just quickly check, view this, and I want to check the diagram view just to make sure. Okay. So the issue is that tcustomer is coming from these tables here. So what we would need to do is get rid especially of the connection to the directory. Right? It's fine. Right? This is something that I built, as I say, to work. So the addresses are being brought through to then do that. Not an issue. Okay. Yes, it would be an issue if you were to do it in Pro, and we should fix it, shouldn't we? I will fix it, and then we will put the JSON file for this output for you. Okay, and I'll put that up in GitHub. For the sake of this demo, I'll just carry on. Okay, but essentially, what we would need to do is we would need to in tcustomer here. What we've got is we have. We've got this here, this merge in, where we're merging in the address information. So what we would need to do is to actually piece together and replicate, have a T addresses, and then hide that. And it's easy enough to do. It's just a faff on to get rid of those lightning bolts, but then allow you to have it in Pro. I will do it, as I say, and the JSON format for this will be available to download on the GitHub that you saw before. Okay, so we've got that anyway. We're going to save and close. Okay, it goes through, it validates, it says, yeah, good to go. Give it a name, B2B, sales tables, Inc. calendar. Okay, because it's got the calendar table that we've produced already in. All the stuff you're kind of already aware of. It doesn't seem to be much sense to try and do something different with it. Put a description in. Sales tables used for main reports. Okay. Put descriptions in to your data flows. It does make sense, right? You don't necessarily need to go through and do much else. Right? At this point, I'm not going to hit refresh now because I want to show you kind of the content of this. It's really important. Let's go back through to our Power BI desktop. Here we go. Let's go File and New blank report. Just close this before I forget. Right. Okay. So if we now go transform data, social data, new data, and we want from a data sort, from a data flow, from the Power Platform, data flows, connect. And it'll come up and say, well, where do you want to bring it from? And we could type in here B2B. And it shows us B2B data engineering. And it shows us here is the data flow. We can expand that and it shows us all the tables. But if we actually look, we can see they're all blank. I get this question so often. I get this question. I don't understand, why is it blank? Okay. You need to actually refresh it first. I'm going to hit cancel for this. I'm going to close this file because I'm not going to use this file. The reasoning behind it all is if we come back, okay, we're here, come to here, and what we've built is a recipe. Okay, and you're going to say, well, but I could see what was there to download. But I don't understand. And it's like, yeah, you can, but it's a recipe. You can look at the sample data that has gone through as you built it. There was data in it. It wasn't. That was sample data for you to validate that yes, this would work. It confuses people a lot. So we get to that point, right? So we're going to close this now, and then we can come here, and on this point we can hit refresh now. Little refresh now button. So hit refresh now, and it's going to go away and refresh the data flow. And hopefully I've done it all fine, and it'll all work fine for us, and I'll get no errors, and then I'll feel like I'm really good, and I'll feel uber smug. Right? So we can go through, we can look at the refresh history, we can see what's happening. Bearing in mind, it doesn't update in that refresh history, so you have to keep going back in to see what's happening with it. No way of avoiding it. That's how it works. All right, so that worked. Brilliant. I'm amazing. First time it refreshed all. Of course it should have refreshed all. It had it all ticked properly, didn't it? We went back through, we would now see everything. So what we can do is we need to bring those through and into our main data model, don't we? So how do we do all that? So step one is actually going to be come over to here. And what we're going to do is in our main file that we've got historically, and remember this is connected to everything that's wrong, we don't want this connected to these. So what we need to do is go through and say, right, first off, let me go to a new query. We create a new blank query. Not a blank query, sorry. I'm not telling you the wrong things. Let's try and do this properly. Go and create a new query. What we want to do is connect this to a data flow. So we're going to go to more, performance data flows, connect. We'll open up data flows. Because what we need to get to really is we need to understand what the GUIDs are for all these tables. And there's no real quick and easy way of doing it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into data engineering, expand this out. We're just going to pick and tick the ones that we want, okay, which is all of them. Okay, and you're going to go, it's just going to duplicate everything. And it will duplicate them all. They'll all create with brackets 2 in. Okay, but what we have here is if we go to the advanced editor, we've got something like that. Okay, so it tells us this is what address 1 needs to be. So we're going to cancel that, go to addresses, go to here, go to the advanced editor, Control A, Control V. Okay, so this is now pulling it from the data flow. We'll do the same with calendar. So let me just delete that so I know which ones I've done. Okay, so calendar, advanced editor, so right click, advanced editor, Control A, Control C. Go to calendar, advanced editor, Control A, Control V, done. Okay, and then I'll remove calendar. Okay, and I'm just going to go through and do the rest of these in the same way. All right, so what we've done is we've finished the mapping. Okay, so they're all now mapped to the data flows that we've got. And I've also then been able to get rid of the hidden tables that were temporary ones being used, like the blank query and the T customers. But of course, we're going to fix in the data flows, remember. I remember. Okay, so we're now actually bringing everything through in here. And if we went through into the data source settings, we could see it's all data flows. Okay, so now I'm just going to hit close and apply. And it'll think through and do the updates. It'll probably come and say, oh, you need to change the permissions. No, not permissions. No, it's fine with data flows. It's obviously, these are our data flows that we've used before or in the same environment, workspace. So not workspace, it's the same Power BI environment. So it knows my credentials, it knows it's fine. So that works, no problem. We've now got a data model that's now connected to the data flow as opposed to the original one that was created or connected somewhere else. Now what we can do is then go to File and let's publish this. Yep, save the changes. And this time I'm going to publish this to B2B models. Publish that. Okay. Probably should have changed to a better name than week 13, but we'll leave it as week 13 for now because it'll be useful to have additional publications, additional versions, go further forward. And I want to just check something, just for my peace of mind. Is there a size difference in here? So in theory, yeah, we've cut file size by about 1 megabyte. Okay, so half the file size. Doesn't really matter in terms of from your side. Oh, well, what's going on? What we're doing though is we're changing the way it's working. We're changing the way things are put together. Was that actually week 12, week 11? There's not really a change in file size. Didn't think there was. Yeah. Okay, there's not much data, and this is still running on an import model. Okay, but in theory, given what we've built, we could actually start to look at changing some things. We might have a look at doing that with the fact table side, changing it to be in a direct query structure as opposed to what's happening with it now, which we can do because it's just being brought straight in from the data flow. We'll do that next week, okay, because it would need to be connected to a different file. So we'll do it next week. So now what we have is if we go, we've got here, if we come through back to, where is this not working? This is the joys of demos, isn't it? Here we go. So if we go to models, we can see we've got a model and we've got a report. Now this report is why we say, let's put that, do not use this for reporting, because this isn't an area we want people to play in. This is very much our area of work. Now, if we come in here in the semantic model, we can start to see. So we get a summary of actually what's going on, what's within it. It's behind my head, you can't really see. In terms of the tables that are there, we've got all the tables that we need. Gives us some other information as well about sharing it and lineage. And the lineage is what I wanted us to click on. Let's go to open the workspace lineage and it'll bring this up. And we can now see here, we clearly see we have data flow coming from a different workspace, bringing it into here. Right? Now, this is the important part for us. And this is where, as I say, these task workspaces, I struggle with it because if we go out of here, oh, Magriban, that's me. If I come, where's the close button? Here we go. So if we say we're going to add a task of, say, prepare data, I don't think this is the bit that I struggle with because there isn't a way to link something in from a different workspace. You click the link, it has to be from this workspace. So prepared doesn't work, does it? And then, so then we're saying we need to add a task and it's going to be store data. And at that point, then, yeah, we would say, right, let's link in these two. Okay, because for all that's a visual, it's storing data. And all we're going to do in here is store data. So yeah, as I say, for me, this is where I don't understand how these work because you have all that when you come in here and go in the lineage view. So the next thing that we want to do is go back to Power BI desktop here. File new, blank query, new blank report. Okay, this will open. And what I'm going to do now with this is we're going to say, well, let's connect this, get data from a Power BI semantic model. We'll pick week 13 from our B2B models. And you can see these appear in the right order. We can say listed on endorsement, but these are always in date order at the moment. I'm sure they used to be that your certified were always at the top, I'm sure. But yeah, anyway, now date order. I'm going to hit connect, bring that through. So we've now got this connected to here. So if I come through and I say, right, here's one of my years. I'm going to go Control A, Control C, copy these, okay, and then I'm going to bring it back over to here. And I'm just going to Control V. Okay. Now, what we wanted to do was go to year and put a year filter on all pages. I'm going to put here, this is going to be 2014. Apply that. I'm going to file, save as. I will put this where I'm saving stuff to. You guys don't need to. Training courses, demos. Maybe 2014. Okay, let's save that. Okay, I probably shouldn't have done that. Right, now we'll publish this. Okay, and I'm going to publish this to B2B at 1. Publish that. Okay, so we've now published 2014 to it, right? Now, one of the things that I said is these don't go down that badly, right? This is a really useful way of working. So let's go in here and see we've got 2014. What I'm going to do is I'm going to you can't save a copy here. Can I just save a copy? Oh, I can. Okay, save a copy. 2015. And then let's do the same. That's good. They've updated that because I'm sure it used to just save it into your workspace, 2016. So we've now got these 3 reports that are exactly the same. Right? In terms of in our workspace, what would we actually use this for? This is where, if you think these are exactly the same report, if you have a regular reporting cycle of, say, monthly reporting cycle, you will more than likely have the current month that we're working through. People will want to see that. You will have last month, because that's the critical one that everyone wants to really know. How did last month perform? And then you probably want 2 months ago as well, just because that's the one that was recent enough that somebody's going to want regularly. This method here hasn't taken me a great deal of time. Suddenly, though, what I can do is go into here, 2015 here, okay? Now, if I change the slicer on here to 2015, apply that filter, and what we could do is under Edit, for example, under Edit, we could choose to hide the filter, go back to Reading View, save it. I can't see the filter. This is now 2015. Okay, we can do the same. We can go into 2016. We can edit this, or we can just change here to 2016. Okay, so remember, offset months. The key thing that we talked about with offset months. We could have offset 0, -1, -2. It goes far along as you wanted with those, but fundamentally it's the same report. You probably want to put a header in here, wouldn't you? So let's put header in, put a text box in, so a Q&A, put the text box. Q&A now in here, is it? Report for add value, yeah. Okay. Then we could choose, let's make that, say, 36, bold. Okay. You could put that up at the top of your page. Shuffle things around a bit. Yeah. Gosh, I really don't want to spend too much time on this. This is not a pretty report page at all, and I'm not trying to make this pretty. I know I'm trying to show you the functions. Okay, so we've got that. So we've got report page 2016. We can then change that to 2015, and it will automatically update, say, 2015. Yeah. So you could imagine we can do this on all pages. You could do this based on months. You could do this based on whatever it was you wanted, and that will work. Text boxes are really useful at that, being able to slot in values. What we could do as well, say we can say, let's go to new line. Let's, on the new line, say make this 16. There were total sales, isn't it? It's yeah, there were blah 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 total sales amount. Don't want 0 of those is going to be in US. Okay. Total sales. Okay, you can see, you can build up that picture though. And again, based on the way this runs, just drop this down. we're starting to see this happening a lot more in the report pages that I'm seeing built. Okay, if we went through, changed here to 2015, by 2014, there's this structure, isn't there? We can change what appears, we can do things. These will also support IntelliSense. If you go through build IntelliSense, or if you put those in measures, put IntelliSense in, you can do stuff. You can do an awful lot nice, cute stuff with those text boxes, as they're still just called. Although now we're starting to see there's a lot more power to a text box than just a text box. So we've got this 2016 one, a bit different to everything else. So we're going to hit reading view, save it, bish bash bosh, that works. Okay. So now all of a sudden, if we went back to here, you can see we've got 3 report pages. So the next thing we say, well, we need to actually get these pieced together. And again, let's imagine current, previous minus one, or whatever you want to call it, the one before the one before. Before the one before. I'm trying to make it through, yeah. It could even be year to date or something along those lines, whatever you choose to structure it as. But if we get to that point, then we might say, well, we want this in. We're going to hit add this to a new dashboard. Sales dashboard. Okay. We can go to the dashboard. We can see here is this. Right now, what I could do is, and I'm going to do it one at a time, because again, these are all the same. I'd say do them one at a time, but you want that consistency of view, don't we? This is going to be our 2016 view. Okay, so this could say be current. I'll try and do that again, and this time I'll not be an incompetent idiot, and we'll do it properly. Okay, so we're going to load up we're going to the data flow, haven't we? Sales dashboard, that was when I was written. Sales dashboard. 4 options. Edit details. It helps if I click save and apply, doesn't it? 2016. Sales amount. Okay, and we can then hit apply. I'm going to make this 3 wide just for the sake of it. Okay, we could go back to here. So we go 2015. I'm going to go click on the, don't need to click that. Click on the pin it to the dashboard, existing dashboard, sales amount. Go to the dashboard, put that down, make that 3, and this is going to be the details 2015, sales amount, apply that. So we can see we're starting to see, we can build up these dashboards across the piece, can't we? Then if we go back to 2014, and that sales dashboard, pin it, go to the dashboard, make that 3. Okay, and we can see here. Okay, it's 2014 sales amount. Okay, so we've suddenly built something quickly and easily, and you can see this is a menu system, isn't it? So if I was to go back to my 2016 one, where we've got here, it is annoying that you can't pin text boxes to anything, but it'd be nice if you could. But we can start to piece together something that's actually going to be meaningful and valuable. Or this is quick, this is dirty. I wanted to kind of show and lay the groundwork in your minds. So if I went through and published this as an app now, we went back to here and we clicked create the app. App number 1, sample app for easy access, because your apps are really where you want people to access data from. You don't want to be having them going anywhere else. We're going to select the content that we want people to have. So we'll click add content, and we're just going to click all of these. Okay, click add. We can now see we've got that. We can also then say, well, let's actually add a new section. And I'm going to rename the section. consulting, and then under consulting, I'm going to add a link name, Geordie Consulting, https geordieconsulting.co.uk. Let's open it in a new tab. Okay, and it's going to be in consulting. Going to add that. Okay, so we can start. You can piece these up. That could be a link to something else. That could be a link to a Power App to go and edit data. That could be something else. Like the limit here is kind of your mindset and what it is you want to do. The last thing we need to do is think about audiences. Okay, so we've got a blank audience or a main audience for now. I'm going to put this as Geordie Intelligence. Right. Okay, so that's okay. So we've got a group now. What we can say is we've built this. We've got this is the main page, and we've got the pages underneath it. But the nice thing with this is it's going to encourage you to get into the right place. Okay, so don't worry. This isn't all dressed up as yet. That's going to be part of what we're going to do as we go through this next few weeks. We've got something basic though now. Okay, if you wanted additional audiences, you can click add an audience. You could then choose to hide bits or add bits. My advice would be to add bits for audiences, so that what you would do is say, well, you need to be in a different audience to access, say, the Geordie Consulting piece. Yeah. Let's delete that audience. Okay. Audiences, for me, they can get overused. Be really sensible. Make it a way of expanding and giving additional data based on the core component of the app. So as I say, in terms of I'm in that team, but I'm a manager of a team, so I want a management level report, for example, put in a managers group, so that managers are in the main group, but then they're added into the managers group as well, or you put the managers group as a sub to the main group. If you start trying to get really cute with your permissions in these, bear in mind you can have 10 audiences across your app. It gets really complicated, especially in what we'll discuss next week. So we've got that all done. So we're going to hit publish the app. Are you sure you want to publish it? Yeah, publish it. Gives me a nice link. So I'm going to hit go to the app, and we'll see. It'll now bring me through to this lovely app experience that we have. And we can see we've got Geordie Consulting is available there. If I click on it, it'll take us to the Geordie Consulting website. So that was great. Nice bit of free advertising there. I can go to the different report pages as well. Okay. And if we click on the dashboard, it shows me the dashboard. Now, the point of a dashboard is it's a menu system. So I can look here and I can say, oh, well, hang on, what's happening? That's something that doesn't look right. And I can click on it and it'll take me to that next level of detail down. That's the purpose. That's what the value add is. So your dashboards, especially at the top level, and if we go back here and we look at how we laid out, we come out of here and we look at how I laid out our single pane of glass one, where let's go to the borough performance one, which is one we don't really look at too much. Okay, but what we've got is we started to build up this concept, didn't we? Where we had like a borough. So we've got Manhattan, we've got Brooklyn. You can kind of get to that. There's an idea here, and if we then were to click on, I want to see what's happening in Manhattan. Click on it. It would take me down to a report page focused on just that. Okay, and I have not looked at this monstrous management. We haven't updated this properly for a long time. I need to do some work on this. Still manual. But the idea is very simple, isn't it? It's that it will go through and drag you down to where you need it to go. There's not a piece of work where it's going to be, I need to manually, or I need to revisit, I need to do something. The work becomes, we make sure everything is maintained and managed correctly. And that then makes sure that everything goes on from it. Yeah? Yeah. So what do you reckon then? Okay. The way that these structures get built and the way that you need to think about what's happening within your workspaces and your apps is very important. I hope that we've been able to show that the nature of how a lot of the Power BI documentation presents Workspaces is, let's be generous and call it misleading. Okay, I think wrong is a very strong word. It's misleading. If you split out what you do, what it means is that data engineering work that we know that we need, yes, for this model, but what happens if next week somebody else comes and says, oh, we've expanded something else, we need to have, I'm going to create a new model for it. Obviously, I don't want people creating lots of models. We want to avoid that. But if we need an additional model created, which there will always be requirements that go beyond what you do and you know, not for you to know and limit everything that goes on in your business. If the requirement is there to build a new model, it should be consistent and against the same table of data. That's the important thing. And the way we do that is by making sure that we have data engineering carrying out in specific locations. Tables are consistent. This is the sales table that you can use. You cannot create your own one, or even worse, modify the main one without anyone knowing. What we can do with this structure is we can actually use permissions to say, well, only these people have edit rights to that workspace, and therefore to any data engineering workloads within it. Everyone else, in terms of we are model builders and potentially viewers as well, because depending on what you do, they need access if it's passing through, because, anyway, we'll cover that as well at some point. You can go through and you make sure that they have view. Then you might decide, well, everyone can view the sales data. It's not, everyone can, who cares? You've got a Power BI license, you can view it. That's a choice entirely up to you as to how you run your business. The key thing is it's view. So everyone's able to see the same thing, the source of truth. Single pane of glass is about source of truth. Because that source of truth is correct, the models will be correct. Because everything can be documented and say, right, I've identified an issue, for example, which happens. Not an issue, but an issue is identified. The issue would be how you handle the issue. We've identified a problem, we've remediated it, and we can then make sure that we communicate with people saying this needs to happen, that needs to happen. Because we've got dedicated workloads as well and workspaces for them, it makes it possible to have those conversations, and it formulates a structure to have a very structured data environment that is also very agile and flexible. So because we know this is where engineering tasks happen, if an issue comes through and it's we're going to need data engineering to fix it, but they can't fix it for a month or for something else, or there's a prerequisite, we can then say, well, we're going to either remediate it temporarily within our model, so we can do some work within the model. Again, we just need to document and make sure everyone's aware of it. The business might trust it. We'll accept the issue for another month or so if it's going to be fixed. But it makes it very obvious where things need to happen. Also, with this structure, it becomes very clear because you have a clear divide between engineering workloads coming through and the data modeling workload that you need to pick it up. So if suddenly there's a gap or something doesn't work properly, we know where the issue came through. If suddenly my data models aren't loading, but it's showing to do the table, we can go and we can connect to thing. We can go and we can connect our semantic model to it. Does it work? No, it's not working. Something's changed. We can identify what those changes are because it'll say, well, this column isn't available. Something's not right. It makes it very clear. This is the thing. It's really easy to do fault finding with this way of working. And because everything is rigid and structured, it means as well that data is always there. One thing to remember, if you remember back, we had that the data flow was blank, okay, because it hadn't refreshed. The way data flows work and the way Power BI as a whole works is it does side-by-side refreshes. So it will refresh the data while using the historic version for all the reporting needs that people have. So if people are in the model and it's refreshing, they'll be in the model and refreshing, have no issue. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, the next day's version or the current version, the new current, is refreshing. Once it's done, the old one is deleted and it transfers over seamlessly. People don't need to be necessarily aware. So what it means is if the refresh fails for any reason, you still have a version that's up and running and working. Right? The one thing that we haven't talked about, and we'll talk about next week, and the reason why we're spending so much time on it next week is because I want to just plant this seed for you. In the app workspace that we had, Okay? You can see, well, we can see the data as the app, and we can see the data in the workspace. Do not make the mistake of thinking there is a one-to-one relationship between app workspace and between, report content, PBIX content, thin reports within that, and the view that's in the app. They are not linked. Okay? That's something which will come back and bite you, and really is an important topic that we need to cover. And that's why next week we're going to really focus on apps and the minutiae that goes on within apps, and we'll do more about building the dashboards as well. Okay? But it's really important that you think through and understand the idea of saying, well, this is why he keeps banging on about having different workspaces in this workspace strategy. It's also why we released the app that we'd written before. So there's a Power App that we've released. It's on GitHub. It will allow you to manage group membership. You just need to be an owner of the group, and then you can manage and assign who is a member of that group. It's very useful if you're going down this workspace structured route, where potentially you've got workspace members, admins, and viewers, as well as having app audiences that need to be managed and all that kind of things. So this way, much easier, and it removes a lot of the admin load from IT, because all they need to do is assign an owner. Okay. Anyway, if you like what you've seen, get in touch. Okay. Geordie Consulting exists to help businesses of all sizes to actually get the most out of their data assets. What we've shown you is that we know exactly what we're doing. We've covered so much of this with so many clients, and we will keep doing it, and we will keep doing and learning more about what we need to do, because these platforms are constantly evolving. The pace of development that Microsoft has put into Power Platform as a whole is relentless, and it has gone on for nearly a decade now, with monthly updates and monthly refresh cycles where we spend a lot of time and effort just keeping up to date with it. That can be a huge admin burden for you and your teams internally. So share the load, let us help you, get in touch, let's have a free consulting call, and then we can work out how best we can help move your business to the next level. For now though, stay safe, take care, ta-da. Hello, my name is Ross Waterston, the creator and founder of Geordie Consulting and Geordie Intelligence, the YouTube channel that you're watching right now. What I thought we would do today is extend where we went to last week, okay? Because I think we're starting to land a lot of concepts that it's really important, I think, for you to understand, especially where it conflicts with what a lot of people are putting out there and said, oh, Power BI does this, oh, you can do that, oh, it's amazing. There's a lot of it, you kind of go, yeah, we can go so far, and then the wheels fall off. And when the wheels fall off, that's when you can actually get into an awful lot of trouble with it. So it's better if we take the time, discuss it now, and really understand what it is that we're trying to do with Power BI within our environment, and why Geordie Consulting and Geordie Intelligence recommend doing it in very particular ways, as opposed to some of the other things that are being mentioned. But first, let's cover the boring bit. Geordie Intelligence is a YouTube channel. YouTube channels are terrible. No one knows if they're good or bad or not, so you kind of have to tell them. So what you have to do is you have to go down and leave a comment. You do that now, we can wait for you. We'll just wait, leave a comment. We'll do it now, okay? Leave a comment, let us know what you think. Is it good, is it bad, is it terrible? Like the channel and like the video content as well. It's really important that the algorithm sees that the stuff is good. If you don't like it, hit the don't like button as well. It's important, again, that I understand what people don't like. And it helps, put a comment in and tell me what you don't like, or tell me what you do like. So last week, we started this, didn't we? Okay, we laid out a basic app. And it is really basic. I'm not going to pretend and say, oh, we've made this amazing app. We will do an app. That'll be one of the things I will do offline at the end of this video. Let's build a proper app so that we have something to discuss in the final week. And, well, not the final week, in the final week, recorded week before we do a live stream. Yeah, I know what I'm saying. Okay. So let's just make sure we get the theory ironed out and clear in our heads. Yeah? So if you remember, what we did was we effectively created 3 thin reports on it. Okay, we used year for those thin reports. A year is kind of a reasonable one. What the suspicion or the general best practice would be kind of, you might have current year, previous year, current month, current quarter, previous quarter, as different report cycles that you've got within your landscape. And then you have a nice dashboard screen to make it really easy for people to find the insights that they want to look at today. And that's something it's really important to kind of wrap your head around that. And one of the things that's never really covered in a lot of topics that I see or in a lot of the video courses that I see is the concept of what a dashboard is within Power BI. And I've ended up coming up with kind of, this is what it is, my view of it. And it's slightly different, I think, from what a lot of the suggested texts say, but I think it's the right description, which is, it's just a menu. Okay, if you think of it as a menu system that will be like that front page, that contents page for your app, then it lands correctly. That's exactly what it is. The nice thing with it is it updates automatically. One of the other things you can do is you can actually start to tie other elements into a dashboard. So one of the things that we've done in the past and that we're starting to look at again, that we really do recommend to so many clients. The amount of clients who say, oh, this is great, this is great. The amount of clients who go, I don't understand, right? Metrics are great. But metrics, dashboards, and getting everything starting to be combined is definitely well worth it. So if we have a look here, we've got our metrics page for our England food hygiene. Okay? And if we expand the number of businesses, and we can go to the number of businesses in the Northeast, for example, what we can see, okay, is that the number's increasing. Right? And I could say, well, show me a target if I've got a target. In this case, it's just arbitrary targets. That target could be based on another value from your data. Okay, and the point with this was always around that we can actually start to get really clever with the way we use metrics, because they have this check-in capability that we can start to say, oh, well, this is what's happened. And we can see here, these have been checked in at different times. We've got the capability, well, we wrote, if we go back and have a look at the video, and I'll put a link up there or up there, I can't remember which side it appears, to go and check out the video where we talked about this. But the capability that you get with metrics is huge. Okay, the functionality you get, and then especially when you start to say, well, we can combine this in the way we did previously, where we actually wrote a power up that allowed people to go and update and add comments, and then they fed back through. And then knowing that you can bring this content into a Power BI report that you can then put onto a PowerPoint so that you can go into your boardroom with this, it's just, like, game changery. Okay, could you imagine being able to show, oh, this is what's happened? I mean, we've got here, which is brilliant. This is West Midlands, and there's been a huge drop off. I mean, it's not huge, but we've lost 300 or 400 businesses. 300 businesses maybe. So something's happened there. We'd want to understand what it was. It might be as simple as saying, actually, the number of local authorities that respond have dropped off, or it might be that something else has happened. But it's interesting that we can see these things, and to know as well, if we go right to the end, this is keeping up, this is up to date, this is today. And it isn't something that I'm putting any effort into. The metrics, once they're established, once they're set up, they run and they refresh and they keep themselves up to date and they tell you what's happening. So we can see at our top level, in terms of number of businesses across England, we can see the changes. We can see over a period of time where it wasn't refreshing properly. Okay, we then got it back up and it's carried on. It's a really powerful way of working that it establishes a capability that if you weren't aware of it, or if you were trying to do something else, you would need to really put in place a full, proper database solution that was going to scrape and build up this tracking over time. Right? It's one of the things we've done actually as we're progressing in terms of, as we're starting to talk about the channel that we've got. So we've actually built some metrics for the channel. Very simple YouTube stats, just looking at number of watches, where we are, subscriptions, all that kind of thing. And it just tracks it simply, easily, without anybody having to do anything. It's just available and tracked. So we've got a capability within the platform to do something that previously you would have really needed to get heavyweight database solutions involved. Really, this is one of the things that, well, Fabric will fix it for you. And when you think, well, metrics kind of does a lot of that thing that you might need as an initial, just there, free. It boggles the mind that more businesses aren't using metrics. For what they are and what they do, you should be using them. But if you remember, we went back here and we looked, didn't you, remember? So I'm not sure what you think about this. Is this sensible? Is it not sensible? I can show you, obviously, for our internal one where we're starting to build the stats. It's all in one workspace, but it's in one workspace because there's not enough to really justify splitting it out like we're doing with our Back2Basics. Not enough to split it out. But if you were doing an enterprise-wide solution, you'd probably want to split it out. You probably want to have multiple data workspaces because potentially you've got different teams looking after different platforms. So you need to be considering all of that as well, don't you? Then those do all come together. And that's why, as we say, if we come back to our workspaces, we've created this B2B models. And models is one. This is a workspace genuinely I struggle with, okay? Because I know the advice I'm giving and why I give it, but I can't help but look and think, am I being wrong, okay? And the reason for saying let's have one workspace for all your models to come together is because we're doing Power BI and we're doing it right. And we've got our center of excellence, a team of people who are doing that as it were. A lot of what they're doing is modeling. And it makes sense. That's one team doing that work, put it all in one place for them to do that work in. The thing to remember is the data comes from somewhere else, like it does today. So the somewhere else is managed potentially by somebody else, but it might be the same team doing it. But at least it puts it separately. It's in a different mindset. If your business changes, you sell an area, you do something else, you change a platform, you've got a very consistent package to say, for our reporting, we need these columns to come through. If these columns aren't going to come through, what are we doing to replace it? What do we need to do to remediate? How can we test, validate, and do all those pieces of work? So that's why we say about having the ETL workspaces, where typically we put Dataflows, but they could be other things. If you went down the route of saying, oh, we've got data lakehouse is coming through and doing this, then potentially, yeah, you might say, well, we're just going to have a data lakehouse landing in our model workspace. And at that point, we say, yeah, it makes sense. We do things like that because there's something else going on. But you might be saying, we want multiple lakehouses depending on who's going to be able to do ETL processing to actually land data into the lakehouse. And that's then where you go back and you get to that whole point of saying, like, it's gone out of fashion, hasn't it? Where it used to be silver, bronze, silver, gold. I think they're now like silver, gold, platinum, or whatever it is. But that you have tiers of data in terms of raw, like starting to be structured, and then curated data, where you have different structures. And so there isn't a one size fits all for this. And that's why it's difficult. And that's why we always say, take the time early in your project life cycle and decide exactly what it is you want to do and what fits your organization, not my recommendations. I always take on board my recommendations and say, all right, I understand what Ross was saying, but it needs to work in the context of your organization to be successful. If it's not going to work in that context, it won't be successful. And if it's not successful, we shouldn't waste our time with it. So let's imagine that I've got 2 or 3 data sets in here, and let's go to the one that we did with this. Okay, so if we come here and we look at our lineage, and we can see this is data model workspace, New York City bikes. Okay, so we had the bikes data in here, and we had And again, this is an important thing to understand. In our context for this, for the New York single pane of glass senior leadership team report pack, we had these coming from different workspaces. So the bike aggregations were coming from bikes, data model workspace for the water tower inspections. And then we had the data model yellow taxis for it. And again, this was because different things that went through. Again, nothing wrong with saying, but we've got 3 different workspaces because 3 different teams are doing it. They all land separately and it comes in here. That's fine. The point would always be decide. We can see we could do it from single, we could do it from 3 different workspaces. Both will work. The point, though, was always that when we went to here, our dashboard, okay, and remember, this is our menu system, our top level menu, I would see here is a dashboard of information about the data. I do not need at any point to be fully aware of what goes on for this to land here. Okay? As an audience member, I'm seeing one thing. I'm not seeing this comes from 3 different locations, potentially involving hundreds of different people building this data set together. What appears here is what has been defined and agreed as a top tier metric. And we can see here we got like this year versus last year in the context of this. Got journeys this year, journeys last year, tip percentage this year, tip percentage last year. And we could see, okay, oh, okay, what's going on? Right? I mean, this is old data. This isn't new. So this is kind of pretty hard coded, this sort of stuff. But we click on it. I'm interested in this today, and it will take me to the report page that this number relates to. And that's where I say this is a menu system. Think of it as a menu system before you think of it as anything else. Because if you think each of those tiles potentially relates to a report page or report pages, and then you have, if you remember from our video earlier or last week, you then have the context of drilling to explore the data further. So we can see here, if we're looking at total fares, you can have a lot of total fares coming from, sorry, not much coming from JFK Airport. Is it a lot? Yeah, no, it's a lot, isn't it? Okay. So JFK Airport seems to be an area where we seem to do an awful lot of traffic, a lot of business. Not a big surprise there, is it? If we go here and look at Rikers Island, we're not doing that much business from Rikers Island. We look at the journey count, you'll see what I mean. You know, journey count, journeys to Rikers Island is 12. Okay, and versus journeys from JFK Airport. Okay, so we can see context is key, and it's great that we can start to explore and interact with our data. If you think through what's happening when I'm doing this, is everything on the page is adjusting to support the context. This is doing a cross highlighting for some of it, especially for these, which doesn't help. Filtering would probably be better. And there's definitely been a lot of people say, oh, yeah, I should set it to filter by default. And it's one of those things. But you can do this, and you can then make it very clear for people what is happening. You can establish drill-through capabilities so that they can drill and they can do more. You can ask it to analyze the data, right-click to analyze. One of the features that comes with Power BI, as you push further and go into Fabric, you then get the capabilities, don't you, to actually start to use Copilot to actually investigate and interrogate your data and see if it can come up with anything. I will be honest at this point now, okay, as you know, we've looked at Copilot several times and across a fairly extended period of time. There are things Copilot does very, very well, and there are things Copilot, is all I can say. What it does very, very well is write DAX measures and also supports MScript writing. So if you're writing MScript, you're doing that kind of thing, or you're doing DAX, Copilot can really help you get like a big jump on what you need to do. The challenge is, and this is, I think, the bit that from the conversations I've been having across the industry, I've done a couple of national committees as well around this, is that if we actually do push down and say, in the UK, we're going to really double down on AI, the issue that we face is that AI is great at allowing a beginner to code very well. Okay, you can code pretty well as a beginner. The challenge is that the code is about 80 to 90% there. It's not 100%. It takes someone who actually understands to go, oh, right, this is the fix for it. And it might be as simple as just a slight syntax error. It might be as simple as, oh, okay, there's actually the way you've done this is here. If I think about what I've done with the work we've just gone through, where I've had to write and investigate kind of what's going on with the YouTube API calls and what's the right API call to get this and that for it, I could read through the documentation, or I could have just said, Copilot, which is the API call to get watch hours per video? I can guarantee the Copilot one was probably quicker, but I've learned nothing about the YouTube API, right? And I know how to fix the API, I know how to fix what's going on, and I can do it. And so, yeah, okay, so the Copilot stuff that came back, there was a couple of things, there were column headers that were wrong, there was a couple of things, basics. It took a process that probably would have taken me normally 3 to 4 hours to do, took half an hour. So it's quicker, but I haven't learned as much as I would if I'd gone through and read the documentation and gone through and worked out the syntax and right, okay, that's what we need to do. It would take longer, but I would learn more. Copilot has helped. It's made it quicker. It needed somebody to go, okay, no, this is actually what you mean. That column value that you're returning isn't the one that you think. This is the one that you think that you're using to and updating it. It took some knowledge. And I think that's the concern, is that we aren't going to help with that. So where does that leave us with this? The idea of saying, I should be able to just go and interrogate the data. Now, this is something which, I'll be honest, I mean, the whole time I've been working with Power BI, this is something that Microsoft's been pushing. Even now, in the April 2025 edition of Power BI Desktop, they're updating the language querying, so for the natural language processing. So if you now do tweaks to your natural language processing and add synonyms to it, you are locking the file at an April 2025 version and beyond. So there's something big coming, which is no doubt aligned with Fabric and the Copilot release into the Fabric capacities for tier 2 and above, suggests that they are doing something. Also seeing and looking at some of the press that's been going through, the big debate at the moment is around measure tables. Now, I'm a big believer in measure tables. Marco Russo, who is beyond reproach, I would say. He is definitely one of the best people, if not the best. Well, no, he's not the best, because between him and Alberto Ferrari, I don't know who is better. They may one day announce who is better, but between those two, I think that's the pinnacle of Power BI knowledge. You say, well, you know, Microsoft are recommending we don't use measure tables, we use folders within the table structure. Now that works to an extent, and I think I've done a video where we say, well, you can do this with a fact table, because a good fact table you can hide. And the issue with a good fact table that you can hide is that that's great until you can't hide the fact table, because the realities are we need some fields from that fact table to actually explain what's going on and to be able to be used in report content. And yes, we shouldn't, but this is reality. Somebody wants to be able to get down to that particular invoice and see, well, what did that invoice look like? Who was that invoice to? What was going through? And we end up having to build a report that allows that to be viewed. You know, some sort of a cross-report drill through would be ideal for that, wouldn't it? But it means that we then end up having to, do we leave those fields visible? You don't need to. You can build the report and hide the fields, and that works. But you can then, nobody else can then do it if they say, well, I want to be able to do something in Excel. It's an Excel spreadsheet, blah, 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 do this, give me a list of the invoices. Here they are, here's the fields out of them. You could write it all as measures, of course you could, you know, but you're adding workload to what you're going to do. So it's kind of, I don't know, would be what I would say. It's a really it's a really difficult one. But I think the core point that came through, and I'm sorry, this is really turning into a big talky video. the core point was that this was one of those things that was being done to simplify modeling for AI. And the reality seems to be, I suspect, that Copilot is struggling with understanding the models that are in the Power BI service. And I don't blame it, because if I look at our Power BI service environment here that we look at from our demo side, we've got lots of stuff, okay, but frankly probably hasn't been touched. If we look at Fish, which was one did back in April 2020, wow, like, oh my goodness, 5 years ago exactly, that wasn't planned. If we look at this was around fish levels in the time. This was from a public data set, looking at fish levels in the time. It wasn't a rocket sciencey data set. It was a very simple one for a very early video. We looked and sort of say, well, look, this is kind of, you can see issues if you push too far with it, but pare it back a bit and it works a bit better. I forget the whole reasoning of what was going on with this. But the core thing is there going to be any real value in Copilot looking at this model? And the answer is probably not. Okay, and if you think through the amount of people who've learned Power BI, who are learning Power BI, who have dodgy models in, and I'm sure if we all put our hands up and say, oh, you know, I've got everything in my business is perfect, I'm sure there's some workspaces around where somebody's got some dodgy stuff. I'm sure as well, as we're developing stuff, we're putting some really ropey bits together that we know aren't going to work, and it just ends up being saved for reference for later. Now, those are being examined by Copilot, at least at the schema level. You know, it's one of the things, right? They're looking at schema, definitely. They're not supposed to be looking at the data, looking at schema. So broken schemas are going to cause Copilot problems. This was also mentioned to me before, that kind of if you look at ChatGPT, DeepSeek, all these other ones, Bard as well, they're looking at code repositories like GitHub and assessing, oh, public code repository, great, got to look at it and learn my coding from there. And I think this is where the disconnect comes. How many broken repositories are they looking at? And does the engine know, oh, this is broke, this is broken. But equally, that might be broken, but there's some amazing syntax in there that's really good. So you can't just say it's broken. It's kind of, it might be 90% right. It might be just a little bit broken. I think things like that are where this is going to kind of break down for us. So anyway, we digressed over. Let's get back to this. So single pane of glass reporting, which is kind of the whole point of this. If we come back to this workspace, we can see, okay, we've got everything together, comes in, goes through, we've got multiple reports per semantic model, all coming through, and then we've got 2 dashboards. Okay, and 2 is fine. You could have 5, you could have 10. The main thing would be, if they're menus, make them easy, make them simple for people to navigate them. You do that, everything will be fine. You think through your audiences. What audiences are you going to actually have? Are you going to have, like if we were saying, like here, the senior leadership team, so the C-suite, for example, everyone in the C-suite, and then we might have an audience for CFO. We might have an audience for Chief People Officer. We might have an audience for CMO. Yeah? So they might have different audience levels. You might be really sensible and dare to do what Ross has always said to do, tongue-in-cheek, I have to say whenever I say it. But, you know, that we have a separate audience for the CEO, and they don't see the rest of the reports. They just see 3 lights. And it's either green, or it's amber, or it's red. Okay? And if it's green, you should just display a message. Go play golf. Okay? No. One of these days, I'm going to build a report that does that. But the thing is, you can do that if you work through what your audiences are going to do. You're going to need to remember to think through about groups and group management. And that's one of the reasons why we published our O365 Group Manager. And I've clicked the wrong button, haven't I? But we can click through, it's fine. Okay, so in this one here, I'll just give you a quick demo of it, because I think it's a very useful tool for all we, it's stupid, it's crap, I'll be the first to admit. The point of this was very much to kind of answer the question that we have. So first off, it checks out, it sees who's logged in. In the case of me, when you first connect up, it says, confirm your O365 credentials for users and for groups, because that's what it's going to need. It's going to look at you as a user, and obviously your colleagues to add or remove from the group. So it needs users. It also needs groups, because it needs to know, well, who's the owner of the group? Because all it's going to do is return, these are the groups that you are the owner of. So if I come back and I say, well, let's look at our New York City taxi report, and I say, get me the members, it goes away and it brings back me. It says, oh, Ross is a member of it. And I could turn around and say, well, let's add our initial consultations group. Well, that's where if you actually decide you want to have a meeting with us, initial consultations is a group, we can add Danny to this. We say, let's add Danny. Say, there we go. Okay, and then that's done. Danny's been added to that group. I haven't had to do anything. I haven't had to involve IT. That was the key thing here. This is always one of those, let's make life simple for everyone and do it in such a way that you can just get on with life, get on with everything. The IT involvement piece is managing who's the owner. That's something that we haven't put in the app for obvious reasons. You can do it with an app. It's a bit more of a headache, and you need to get somebody in IT to make sure that to grant permissions to do that using the grant. But yeah, it can be done. But it's right that Microsoft say, nah, you shouldn't do that. We've covered a lot, really, in kind of that talky point where to move on, don't we? I thought, let's actually have a look and see kind of what we're talking about with the discussions around apps and where we go with it. So this is a dashboard that I built. Okay, this was kind of meant as here is the source of it, and then these are the dashboards to surface it up. And what I want you to think about is this is about structures as to what you put something in that will work for your organization. So for the context of this was around saying, in New York, we've got the 5 boroughs. Those are all going to be most important. And then it's just gone in a descending order in terms of number of buildings that they have. So you've gone left as Manhattan, which has got the most buildings from the New York Water Tower data set, then Brooklyn, the Bronx, Queens, and then Staten Island. So you kind of got that descending order. So in an organization, you may say, well, this is going to be our sales and our finance, or finance and sales, or like that. But you have a clear structure that you can work through, and that's a mindset way of working. And then across there, we've got a list of buildings. So we've got a very clear indication. These are the buildings. Then we have the core metrics that we're going to use. Okay, and again, standardized across it. Okay, and then further down, we go standards and standards. So everything's very consistent. So from an audience perspective, they're going through and seeing consistency, which makes it easier for consumption. Now, in a business, your organization's KPIs for each division might well be different, but you can have some standards as well. So you can put those together and structure it in such a way. But what it builds is this very clear point of prevalence from the top down. So you have very top level specific KPI metric kind of things at the top. Going down to, as you can see here, we've got some maps, which is more detail, takes more time to assess and to understand. There's not, you can't just glance at it and go, okay, I see. You need to do some investigations within it. So we kind of get that structure that's built within it. From there, the next step is that we actually start to explore the data. So you can always click on these, and this is where we talk about that Power BI dashboards are really menus. So if I click on the inspections, for example, it will go and it will open up a report page. And in this case, it's the set that we built for it. Now, this is absolutely fine as a way of working. We could also do other things with it. And this is one of the things which I want you to kind of think through as we talk about it. Because within these, at the top of any of these little tiles, which are, of course, the limitation of dashboards, you're stuck with these stupid little tiles. You can't do anything else with them, which is really why it is a menu system. We can hit the edit details. And from here, we can set a custom link. And that custom link could be external. It could also be to a different report page. okay, or to report itself. Again, enforces why we need small reports. Okay. One thing that you can do as well is you can put a visual on a page, pin it to a dashboard, and then kind of make it teeny weeny, or even potentially hide it. Because when you link to a report that you haven't as a custom link, sorry, that the visual isn't the source of, it will take you to the main page of that report, so the home page. It won't take you to a subpage. Again, this drives you to the mentality of effectively making sure you have a report for each and every tile here. 25 tiles to kind of go through and say, right, we've potentially got 25 reports, one for each of them. Now, given that for a lot of those, it would be, we've got, say, 5 reports, given we've got 5 top tiles here, okay, we could say, well, we've got 5 reports built. We can then just change the filter heading or the report filter for them to replicate them for each of these. That wouldn't take a huge amount of time. So we're saying 25 reports, but we're building 5 and then we're doing the detailed and deep dive beyond there. Extending on from there, we might well get to that point. If we went to, say, the map here, we might say, well, actually, how many of these inspections have been done by the owner? How many of the inspections, can we actually look at an owner's inspection? Can we look at something else? And it builds up this whole structure that you actually get where you're actually interrogating and deep diving into your data a lot more than you would be previously. Okay, I'll just check and see if we've actually got this connected up. Because I can't remember what's in this workspace. We don't have problems creating multiple reports. And because we say, well, this report is going to be geared around, say, just the map, we look at the on time, the due, and the overdue only. It makes it really simple that we can kind of say, right, here we tailor this report to it. So what do I mean? What goes into building these reports? And bear in mind, these ones are kind of pretty horrible. This is one that I started piecing together based on where we've got. Okay. So we've got this product report, and it didn't take me too long to build. We've got a nice background on it, I think, not the best, but it's there. But it's interactive, so we can kind of click on it and we can see, well, for September 2015, this is what happened. Pick March, May 2015. We can then say, well, actually, I want to see what happens to tables. I can say, well, actually, I want to see all furniture. And I can hold down the control key and select all the furniture. And we can see the profit margins. We can see all sorts of information about it. So we've built this structure that allows us to do stuff like that, and it's not difficult. So all I can do then is I can say, I'm going to publish this, save it, and publish this to our B2B app 1. Okay. And the question you're going to say is, well, how do we do this? What do we need to do to make these things work? Okay. So there's a couple of things. First off, thing number 1, okay, is we need to go and create backgrounds. So this is one I did here for this. I'm just going to go and create a new blank presentation and let me show you kind of really what to do or how I did it. Okay, it's not difficult. It's not rocket sciencey. In terms of this, I'm just going to pick something. Let's pick this as our main page. Okay, so we've got like a nice beach picture, lovely. Personally, yeah, I do like picture backgrounds. I'm not going to lie about that. Let me actually make this full screen. It's annoying. It's got that stupid border on it. Okay, so we've got something like that. Okay, then all we need to do is to start to say, right, we're going to put in some shapes. So we insert shapes. Okay, and then depending on what you want to do, you can kind of do it your way. Okay, so pick that. 2, 3, 4. Lay them out. We've picked these kind of these weird shapes. You can do squares, you do rounded corners, whatever you want to do. Okay. What I would say is you kind of need to think about how your visuals are going to look and what you're going to do with it. If we look at the Jasmine Dean Parkrun one, the Newcastle Parkruns report, let me get this back up. What I did here was we actually built the dashboard pages around here. So even these circles are actually on the image. Everything is built around it. And then we've got runners, very subtle behind it. But the idea was you should be able to see it, but it wouldn't impact on the visuals. So it kind of makes it more interesting. But really, if you think, and we go back to PowerPoint, you can see this was all just spaced out around so that it would work. Obviously, the flyout isn't there, so we had to allow space for that. But everything is tailored so that it produces something that is nice and structured and gives that visual interest to the content without overwhelming the audience. So practically, we tend to find for clients that we end up doing maybe 20 pages around that sort of a number in terms of laying out. In terms of for you, yeah, we could say, well, looking at this, we've got 1 page, 2 page, 2 pages, 3. Eventually, then we go to the individual events, which would be 4. So we're kind of, that looks the same as the first one. So we've kind of got a small number of pages that we know about. Yeah, that's the same one as well. Okay? And it's, so you can keep your numbers down to around 5 or 6. It's not kind of impact you too much. The key thing is that you don't need to worry, because once you build them and you export them, everything's fine. I would say you want them to be kind of blurry a bit, nothing too sharp. If you want to do sharp and you want to really do stuff, you may need to change the resolution of your exports, which is one of the limitations or annoyances that you get with these. So out of the box, PowerPoint exports very small images, and you want those to be a different size. Now, there is an article to do it. I will put it in the link down below. I'm not going to go through how you do it. It's a registry edit change. If you're going to make changes like that, ideally you can't. I hope you don't have admin rights for a corporate environment. But otherwise, if you need to, then obviously engage with your IT team and they will support you in doing that. But out of the box, PowerPoint exports quite a low resolution. And by the time you actually use that on a computer and Power BI desktop, it can look bad. But you need to experiment and get the sizes right, because you don't want the files to be too big for the background, because that will, of course, impact on page loads. Okay? It's not a simple one. It's kind of one of those find the sweet spots. The easiest way, as I say, is blur the backgrounds a bit, blur stuff, especially the images that you have, so that you don't get blocky lines or too blocky lines. And don't be afraid to make transparencies and to really hide a lot of it. But yeah, something to work through. So as I say, you build up your PowerPoint, you do what you need there, and then you go File, Export, change the file type, pick PNG, save as, give it a location, give it a name. I'm just going to do this. Cancel that, sorry. I'm just going to show you something just as a warning while I'm here. So some things and some people I've seen, I say, oh, it's fine. You don't need to do the registry edit, because you can go to Tools and Compressed Picture, and you can say, well, I want this. Yeah, no. Right. I've done some testing with it. Yeah, it just does not work. It should do, because this is what it's supposed to do. So what you need to do is the registry edit. Practically, it's probably about between 150 and 200 is the practical size. It'll make sense if you decide to do the registry key. If you're quite happy with it though, just do this, save as. I'm just going to export this one, just this one. You can export the whole page file. Just be warned, it doesn't like overwriting previous ones if you do that. So you can kind of have to go and delete the original and then re-export it. It also can be quite slow, if I'm honest. For what it says, oh, really quick. It's not. So here we go. Here is our export. Wow, that's quite a big one. Over a megabyte. Far too big. Maybe that did work, that graphics thing. When I tested yesterday and did all the testing prep for this, so we've got that, yeah. And we build up our report pages. We've got, as I say, I showed you here. This is what I built from the other one. You can see, let me this. Okay, so we've got 2 pages, but you can see you can build up the structures, you can make it quick and easy for you, and then all you need to do is when you go to Power BI Desktop, what we will do when we create a new blank report is we will connect to our so recent sources. Let's go connect to week 13. Once you've connected, of course, you get the visual, so you can see I've got my data model connected, I've got everything I need. When you have nothing selected on the page, you can then go to the selection window and the canvas background, browse. I'm going to pick slide 2. And you go, well, this is stupid, I can't see anything. Make it fit, always sensible, always make it fit. And turn the transparency down to 0. In terms of this, what I found worked better with this one was setting this to 60. Just, again, make it a little bit, help bleed it out a bit. Because again, you don't want your background to overwhelm your data. So then what we can do is we can then start to overlay our visuals and what we want to put on there. Okay, so we can say, well, do we want time intelligence? Put year. I'm going to put year as a filter on all pages. Again, just pick the basic filtering, and we're going to pick 2014, isn't it, to 17 from memory. 17. Let's go with our total sales amount. Okay, and again, just remember, time intelligence is always a little bit awkward when you're trying to piece these together. And let's put this by month year. Okay, and this should then be a nice table. Let's make this a matrix. Okay, so we've built up, here we go, a nice little matrix table showing us everything that we want to see. You see it builds it up. Definitely a level of detail too high to put on a front page of a report, but you can kind of see we've got this ability to drop things in and to actually start to see what's happening with everything. We could also say, well, actually, we don't want all of these time intelligence things, which is a nice thing you can do here. So we can say, well, what we want is current, month to date, last month to date, and month over month. Okay, we can say, well, this is all we're interested in as the view. It works very quickly, very easily to do. Okay, we can expand, we can build the report pages. We can put in text boxes. So I'll show you the text box piece because I think this is something which is really important. I keep promising to show you this. This is a title. We're going to have a title, and then we can put sold amount, quantity, profitability. Okay, and I'm just going to put colons after those, okay, just for the sake of it. Okay, so what do we do to add values, which is kind of what we showed you in the other one. So what we can do with this is one of those things, is you click values. This is where this becomes really useful. Okay, and again, this is where I go, the worst thing I picked was to do this use that stupid total thing. Okay, so pick sales amount. I'm going to say I want this to be currency and I don't want any decimal points. Click OK, that comes in. Okay, so this is going to be our quantity shipped as opposed to our quantity sold. Quantity shipped. Okay, we're going to say, well, wait, is this not going to work? Total quantity shipped. There we go, right? Okay, like that. Okay, you've got a name for it, so we could put this as quantity shipped. Okay, if you want. You don't need to, but it's good practice to do this. And one of the nice things you can do with this is we can go, let's create a new one. So this is going to be profit over Oh, didn't spell that right. We see IntelliSense gets in and it says, right, what are you looking to do? So profit over sales amount, I can pick total sales amount, and it says 0.12. Well, this is going to be a percentage, and I don't want, let's just have one decimal place. Profitability. Okay, and hit save on there. Okay, so now we've got this, and what we can do here is we can, not here, we can click on here and we can see these are the measures that you've got in the review. We could, if you went through and said insert narrative and go with the custom, it builds a text box and it creates different ones. And that's where you, when you come here, it's blank. That's why you need to tick the show the auto-generated ones for there. That's what that relates to. But this then very quickly allows you to build up a text structure. So we can say, well, let's make that 40. You can do things. You can highlight the area, those numbers, and make them bold. Yeah, just to kind of emphasize them some more. It's up to you what you want to do. Okay, so there's a lot of subtlety that you can bring in to things like this. You can do a lot as well with your measures in terms of actually having one that's going to show an up arrow versus a down arrow, depending on, say, your MOM or something like that, your month over month figures. So you can actually get quite cute with how your visuals overlay and piece together on a page. Yeah, and don't forget that profitability doesn't even exist. It's just been made up as we went through and did that. Again, this is a secondary report. We still have the ability to create new visual calculations. We can do all that. So for all these are secondary reports and something that we might say, well, there's not much going on, or we're limited by it being a secondary report because the data model's not there. We really aren't. And then lastly, for all we can do visual calculation, we can do all this. The one thing that I always say we should do, and which I haven't done for this, because of course I haven't done it for this, largely because we're having this discussion about should we have measure folders or not, is the ability to come through and create a new measure here. Okay, so we could create profitability here in this report. And that would then be something that we would need to say, well, this is a measure that exists just in this report. And we'd work through, is it worth evaluating the update for it? So we've got this second report now. So let's save this. Let me just publish this up. I call this week 14 demo. Okay. Nothing sensible about this report. This probably is not a report that you'd want, but I don't want to spend an inordinate amount of time building this stuff for you when we actually are going to go through and do it offline and review it next week. So we've got those two there, all right? So we can now, let's close that. Let's go back to our app workspace. Okay, and we can see we've got these starting to appear. We've got this sales dashboard. One of the things I wanted to show you, I kind of touched on it, was on product here. Okay. What you note is we can't pin text boxes to a dashboard. So we can pin these to a dashboard. So we could turn around and say, well, we're going to pin this here to a dashboard. I didn't change the titles to all those, did I? Just realized. So let's pin this to it. For all this bit, I'll pin this actually. Okay, so we're going to pin this to the total one using the current theme or the destination theme. We're going to pin it. So we can then go back to here and go to the sales dashboard. So we can see we now have this, which is going to be in our latest year here. We can resize it. We can bring it up to the top. We can do anything we want with it within the confines of a report here. We can also, one thing you can do is under the edit details that we haven't really talked about, is we can actually change the title. So we did change titles before, but we've not really covered that this is something we can do. You can tick to display the last refresh date. So when was it last refreshed in terms of the data, yeah, rather than the actual report or the visual actually. It's a bit of an odd one, but yeah, it's worth being aware of. And then, as I say, we can link it to a different report, set a custom link it to a different report, and pick the report that you want to link to. And this is why, as I say, you see, we don't have an option here. So if we link it to 2015, it's just 2015. It's not a particular page within the 2015 report. So it's one to be aware of or to understand what's going on with that, but it is what it is. So what we've got here is a clear way of building up dashboards, building up a menu structure. What you can also do is you can add, let me come back to here, let me go to here, and let's edit this, and let's go to sales amount, and let me pick month, year. For the sake of this, what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to pick December 2017. Okay, if you imagine this would be like the current month figure. What we could do is we're going to make this a card. I'm going to pin this to a new dashboard. Dashboard 2. Okay, for the sake of argument, pin that. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to minimize this. I'm going to put it behind here. Okay, so what we can do is if we go to the selection pane, this is one that kind of isn't really talked about much. Visual interactions. I don't remember where this is on here. Selection pane. Because I've got stuff right, isn't it? I'm in the service. Oh, there's view, isn't it? View selection pane. We've got the selection pane here. So we've got the card. What I can do is I can make this the lowest value, and then with the card selected, we go through and under general and properties, we need to maintain layer order. Okay, so that's always going to keep this at the bottom. Okay, so it's always going to be at the bottom. So we're not going to be able to really see it or interact with it. What I can do now is I can go to reading view, hit save, come out of here and go back to here. And then we see, oh, we've got dashboard 2. Oh, we've got a nice thing there. And I click on that and this takes me to here, but I have no way of selecting or seeing that visual. You can also hide them if you want to do it that way, and it works. But the point is that it doesn't necessarily need to be on the page. So that's effectively going to show us kind of this value here, and we'd then be able to do something based on it. But you're saying, well, that's a different menu. How do I get to dashboard 2? What we do is let's move this here, let's put this down here, and let's insert and edit, add a tile. We have blank, just one of these. And this is going to be back to main dashboard. Custom link to this, and then we're going to say this goes to select sales dashboard. Would help if I could spell. Back to main dashboard. Display a title. Back. Okay, so we've got this set up now. Why did that not save? Back to main dashboard. Back, display that. Go link to this. Custom link. Sales dashboard. Bye. There we go. Going on that. So now we click on that and it goes there. Let's resize that. Put that over there. Lots of options that you can do. You could choose to bring in an image. You can do that. Okay, so we've now got this is back to main image. We could likewise put another tile in, taking us to the other dashboard. Okay, or we could put in we could say, well, this is going to actually We could edit details here. We can say this is going to take us to custom link going to dashboard 2 and apply. Okay, so then I come here, it goes dashboard 2, dashboard 1. So you can start to build up these structures that are going to work around and bring you across and through your data. And that navigability, the ability to really navigate and explore your data is absolutely key to getting the most out of Power BI and your Power BI apps and what you build and deploy to your customer base, which is why, really why, it then becomes increasingly infuriating, and we will quickly cover this as well, that back here, so we've got an app now, we've put all this additional stuff in. If I go back to our app here now, okay, you've watched me put this in, go to our app, okay, and it is B2B1, doesn't show it, okay, it doesn't show the updates to it. I don't know that this report, this 2016 report, is the same as the one that's in the workspace because of the way it does this shadow copy of it. I'm saying shadow copy, which is the wrong terminology. Shadow copy is a term from server backups. It takes a duplicate of the report, and that's then what is used by the app. And that duplicate, that kind of app structure, you cannot pull back to actually validate. So the only way to validate that 2016 is 2016 is to, let's go to duplicate this, okay? And I wish this was better. This is one of those things I go, oh, it's terrible, I don't understand. For all I'm going to say, oh, it's terrible, I don't understand, I kind of agree with it because of the amount of work I've done now with Power BI. It's one of those where it's really painful, but it probably is the right way because we could, this is our new app that we're going to update on X day. This is going to be going live. So everything's prepared. We can take people through, we can demonstrate it. And then at the right time, we go and we hit update the app. Okay. You see, we've got this deployment pipeline as well. The deployment pipeline doesn't support the app properly, would be what I would say. It supports the content of the workspace. So you can bring workspace content through, but you still have to manually deploy the app. So you could say, well, we go through, we use deployment pipelines to make sure people don't have the right to edit this, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the app has always been updated as edits have come through. So again, you end up with this concept that potentially your app is version or two behind your approved version, and your approved version was never published, and people never recognized that or never reported it. So it is definitely something to be aware of, and knowing that, well, the only option we have is to hit here and then say, right, eyeball the difference. Is this the same as this? Is this map the same? Hover over here, we get that. Hover over here, we get the same. Hover over here, we get this. Hover over here, we get that. You know, that's the only way, because if I come in here and I say, oh, well, I'm just going to edit it, and I go hit, and it is, yeah, click the little pencil icon, go to edit. That brings me to the workspace view, which is then looking at, that's the version I've just published and what I'm looking at. So apps are great. They are brilliant, and I really swear by them. They are the best way of actually getting your customers into Power BI content. But you have to be aware of this issue. You really have to be aware of this issue. And this is why one of the things we really talk about is make sure you manage who has access to your workspaces. Reduce as much as possible people accessing workspace content, because there's nothing worse than having a two-tier reporting environment. Because what will happen is, I can guarantee you end up with, say, an analyst view in your workspace where people are looking at stuff, and you've got your senior leadership team looking at the app view, which is different. And then suddenly you do an update and you update the app, and your senior leadership team are suddenly alienated because their view has massively changed and they weren't informed. For all they knew, the change were coming, they're seeing everything's fine, there's not a problem. Or you don't push it through and do that because you've got into this idea of, well, we can do it all programmatically. If no one knows somebody is going through and hitting update app, yeah, update app at the bottom there, and it's not complete until you do that, no one knows. So you need to make sure that you've got that awareness that all the programmatic tools, all the CI/CD, CDCI tooling that's out there is not going to do that because there is no API to allow you to update the app. Okay, Microsoft haven't released it. It isn't there. I don't know how I feel about it fully. I can, as I say, I understand the benefits of it not being there, and I also understand that it's a problem it not being there. So yeah, it's one you need to be aware of. So what do you reckon then? Okay, there's an awful lot that we need to talk about that we go through with this. Okay, I will definitely say check out GitHub, check out stuff, because I'm going to try and work out how we piece together and put something in that's going to allow you to see what it is we build. It'll probably be like a PDF or something like that showing you the structures, and we'll take you through it next week, because what we're going to do is start talking about how do we document all this. Okay, we've built these apps, we've built all this. How does documentation look like? What should documentation consist of? And one of the things that we need to be aware of course, and think about and decide, and this is again going just back to you as well as me, how do we handle end user documentation on our Power BI report content, especially if we consider a single pane of glass as the way we want our business to operate? And the reason I'm saying that is if we think back to the New York one, our senior leadership team dashboard, we had 3 data sets being involved in there. So any one of those could be updated through other work that's going to go on throughout the life cycle of it. And any of those work items could cause me to have out-of-date documentation. So what is the right thing to do with that? Is there a better way we can actually piece together and do that documentation as a whole and think about, well, how can we put in end user documentation for an app to make it simple and easy for it? Yeah. If you like what you see, and I'm sure a lot of you are going like, oh, that was really difficult, my head hurts, okay? We're going to make sure we put chapters in for this one. We're going to make sure that we've got a lot more content around this. And this is one that there's just a lot of stuff that just needs to land, and you need to really be thinking about if you're going to push forward and have Power BI in your environment. Don't forget, I'm a massive advocate of Power BI. I love it. I think it's great. But I think there's some real realities that you need to be aware of. Otherwise, they become gotchas, and that will just break what you do. So think about it heavily, okay? If in doubt, get in touch with us, okay? Hit the QR code, book a meeting. We're happy to discuss what we need, what we'd recommend, what you can do. And it might be a case saying, do you know what? Let's get some consultancy involved. Let's ask us to help you. If you don't want us to help you, it's fine. Happy to point you in the right direction. Happy to steer you, okay? For now, though, stay safe. Take care. Ta-da. Hey everyone, welcome along. My name's Ross, the creator and founder of Geordie Consulting and Geordie Intelligence, the YouTube channel that you're watching right now. A couple of things I want to cover today, but what we're really going to look into is kind of the ideas of documentation and what goes on in terms of actually the best way that we've found for documenting everything to do with your Power BI content. You're free to use it. You're free to say, I disagree with that completely, but do the important thing. Let us know down below if you agree or if you disagree. Tell us, add a comment, makes it really useful and helps everyone else who's watching the channel understand what they should be doing or see if they think something's different. And who knows, you guys might say something and I'll be like, wow, I'd never thought of doing it that way. It's happened before, I'm sure it will happen again. But first, let's do the boring bit. Geordie Intelligence is a YouTube channel. YouTube channels completely reliant on interactions that the audience has with the channel. So do me a favor, like, subscribe to the channel, give us a comment, tell us whatever you think about the video, tell us if there's things you like or things you don't like. But now, let's get on with the content. So this is a bit of an extra one, this. One of the things I realized is that I'd actually missed something that we were going to put in and do. So I built the model and I deliberately did something wrong in the model for this data set, and then kind of the content related to it ended up being cut, and then it's never really come back. But now as we're getting towards the app, I need to fix it. So all right, we need to cover this. It's really important that you guys kind of see and understand what's going on. So what are we talking about and what's the issue with this? So this is around modeling, and in particular, this is about bidirectional relationships and the way they cause problems. The example that we put in was around customers and addresses. So there's an address for a sale, and obviously there's a customer tied to that. So should we tag, does the address belong to the customer or does the address belong to the sale, is kind of the question. And we went down the road and said, well, let's do it where it belongs to the customer. Of course, is the wrong way, okay? But this is something that you will find happens in business an awful lot. And because of this, which doesn't have a proper address, it makes it very difficult to do. We just got like a zip code for the thing. So, you know, in your line of business system, you'd have something different, but it's allowed me to put this together, which I think really shows what's going on. So this one here on the left, countries by region, sales, okay? So it's the sales. And this is customer, okay? So customers in the region. And what it means is if we say, well, East region, we can see it filters down to East region, but we see we've got customers all over. And this is because the customer has multiple addresses. So business customers, potentially even residential customers who've moved house, have multiple addresses in the system. If we went the other way, and we said, well, let's pick East here, we can see it doesn't match properly. So there's still some differences with it. But you can see the numbers are different. So here, with East selected, we can see we've got most of our sales amounts. So surprise, surprise, we're at 2 million. So this is effectively saying that these customers that the East is linking to are going through and following up with multiple other customers across the regions. So as I say, we pick East, we can see there's ones everywhere, and we can see those actually account for the lion's share of what goes on. We pick East here again, we see that's 678,000. We pick East here, we see it's completely different. It's 2 million. So there's something going on. And I think the best way to show it is if we bring the matrix back, which I hid deliberately, so we didn't come through straight away. So here we look, if we follow through the central and on the columns, let me just double check, make sure I'm right. Yeah. So this is the region. So actually the sales region, which region we were selling it into, and we see there's 500,000 there. But if we look at the central region in terms of customers who have an office in the central region or a delivery address in the central region, see those total 1.9 million. So there's a big difference there, and it's something which is really important. This is one of those things that you find can creep into a data model. And this is one of the areas that really is it's an important topic to cover. So let's bring it in. So it is our sales. Create a new visual here just to see, because I think it's important that we understand customers. We've got sales address, and then we have customer address link, and then we also have addresses. Okay, so what the challenge that we've got is it was this link table, and this is always one of those things. It's important at times to get a link table in, but the key bit that's breaking it is this bidirectional relationship. Okay, so bidirectional relationships, and then what that means if we zoom in here is you can see the arrow is pointing both ways. So what we're doing is we're looking up customers that have a match with the address or the postal code for it, what the address ID is. So it's not inherently bad, you might think, but the problem with it is because of the way it matches up, you're reversing a one-to-many relationship. So you're going many to one, which then means you're effectively built a many-to-many relationship out of what was a one-to-many, which is what's causing the problems. So what you would really need to do is something very different. We probably need to work out a way to say, well, where these are only only pull the customers that relate to that. But there is some question marks around it in terms of which is the right way to go. And if in practical terms, if we encounter this, we would know what to do, really. But the key point that we wanted to cover, or I wanted to cover with this demo, was around there's points where you need to discuss it. But definitely any point or time you find yourself adding in a bi-directional relationship, you should always question, am I building the model correctly? Is something going right? And that was the lesson that we really wanted to teach you way, way back when we were doing the modeling back in semester 2, or semester 1, I think we were with this. But the key thing with this is there's an easy fix here. We've got the postal code. We can switch the sales address, and we will for the rest of the set. But I thought we need to cover this because it's really important that you see and that you understand the difference. I think the best explanation I've had for bi-directional relationships in terms of whether you should use them or not was from Alberto Ferrari when he was doing my Mastering DAX course with us. And he said, yeah, you can use bi-directional relationships, but you can also go to hell. I think that should kind of explain it enough to you. If somebody like Alberto Ferrari says that, you should probably listen. That said, I have used them professionally. They are something that there is a use for, and there are times that you do need to use them, but always be aware of what you do and when you do them. And if you're seeing models with everything as bi-directional relationships, these are the sorts of things that you can find where what should be a simple measure suddenly just starts producing random rubbish, really. And this is a real problem. You know, we pick south here, we get one set, we pick south here, we can see there's a different subset selected. So we've definitely got something going on. It's something to be aware of. But let's carry on with the rest of the video. We've been looking at apps, haven't we? Okay, and this semester is all about the Power BI service and really what goes on within the Power BI service that really isn't covered by most content that's out there. So much out there is around saying, look, build a pretty report, do this. Okay? There's so many things I don't like about that. There's so many things as well I don't like about seeing single workspaces used to do everything. So as I say, our original Back2Basics, yeah, it's one workspace doing everything. We could build the visualization task, the basic visualization task flow to kind of show what's happening. The challenge with that is always, how do you manage the content that's within that workspace? And this is where, for me, there's so many things that just don't make sense. So Microsoft recently allowed you to bring folders in. And it's like, well, okay. And I put the stuff in the folder here because what I wanted to check was, is the app folder aware? Because that's really important. So I'll tell you what, let me get it. So what do I mean by folder aware? So if you create a new folder in your workspace, okay, why would you create a new folder? It kind of is the, I guess, the point of the question I'm saying. So let's see if we can get this. Let me see if I can do this. Okay. So what do we mean? So if we have databases as our source, yeah, okay. So you guys can follow that. And then that's going to go to our model kind of thing. That's Dataflows, isn't it? Sorry, our model is, no, it's the model's weird now, isn't it? It's a weird square, isn't it? With dashes on it, something like that, yeah. So that goes to our model. Okay, so data model, okay. We can understand that. What happens elsewhere though, isn't it? Because, and this is where I think people are struggling. So from model, what we're recommending is kind of this kind of a landscape. App 1, app 2, app 3. Okay, so we've got kind of data goes to model, goes to app 1, 2, 3. Now, Microsoft are bringing in what they're calling organizational apps. That's what it's called. Yeah, organizational apps. My mind just went completely blank there. I just couldn't read it. Organizational apps. So what Microsoft are saying is, well, you can put everything in one workspace. You can have a folder, and you can then use your task visualizations to say, well, this is our data modeling or our data ETL pipelines. We can then have our data model, which is brilliant, even better. And we can then have all our apps in one workspace. Right. So fine, okay, I can kind of get to that. And then we go, but right, let's really think about this. So there's a couple of things with apps that just make this, just the wheels fall off this wagon oh so quickly. Like, I'll be honest, like workspace apps that Microsoft have, they are not perfect. They're real gotchas within them, but they are good enough to be effective, would be what I would say. The challenge that you find with the idea of putting multiple apps in one workspace is if we come back to here and we say, right, we've got this, what happens when my next thing is here? We have data. We have model. And then that needs to go to there. Okay. And well, yeah, let's just say it needs to go to app 1 and app 2 and app 3. Okay. What happens then? What it means is, well, we end up having to put everything into one workspace. We can do multiple task flows, which is fine, no problem. We've got multiple task flows. How on earth am I managing the application life cycles of 3 apps that contain content from 2 models? And this is just 2. As I say, this is one of the reasons why we say aim for 1. Okay, try and get down to 1. We know you're never going to get to 1, because the reality is the more models you have, and if in practical terms, try and keep it below 5. That are your core line of business ones. There's always going to be separate ones that need to be separate. So you will have like a separate HR one that will need to be separate, but you will have a summarization from the HR one that potentially is visible to a lot more people in terms of actually what are our staff costs, what are these. And this is why we keep coming back and saying, well, look, let's separate them out. The other thing is, once you've got your app, it's not a static thing, right? The point of an app is it's never going to be static. You should almost be having people saying, I want new content to it on a weekly, monthly basis. So your refresh cycle and your update cycle in your app is potentially going to be quite high. Okay, you are potentially going to be churning through quite a lot of updates into an app. And this is really where the risk comes in, because if I go to our app for here that I've published, okay, and this will be your first time seeing it, okay, so we've actually done a bit of work with this now, it's progressed. Okay, I've given it a nice background, put some dashboards in. We can see, oh, okay, yeah, I can see what's going on with this. Okay? This would be where my execs would come to potentially and say, all right, this is what's going on. Okay, we've got like annual summaries, we've got various things like this. It's a different layout to how I usually do it. We've gone vertically as opposed to horizontally. But I thought, mix it up a bit for you guys to see. Some people would say horizontally in this situation would be better, where we've got the all regions going across, the west, the south, the east, the central. So I couldn't find an SVG for central. Hopefully for your business, you would have the right icons for all the things that go on. We've then got a couple of other things as well. And we've got our annual summaries there. You might decide in your business, we want additional content on here. But what we need to understand is these are a menu system. This is a menu. So if I say, oh, what's happening here? Why is that 9,000 for the current month? It should be, or why is central only 3,000 for this month? It's terrible. It needs to be more. We click on here and it will show us, take me to a report page that will show me the details of what's going on. Okay. And we can then look, and I've put in some filters on this. I thought I'd resize that. Of course, I haven't updated the app since then, but we can look and see is based on quantity sold, based on profit percentage. So we can actually start to really gauge what's going on, and we can see things like here where Texas's profit percentage is actually low. We're making a loss in Texas. So we know we're making a loss in Texas. We can then say, well, what was the sales amount in Texas? It was huge. So something weird is going on with Texas. So suddenly we're able to actually analyze our figures. So what started with, well, why is the sales amount so low, has become something very different, that we're actually able to do a lot more. This is going to the wrong thing, isn't it? current month filter not working. Just must not have updated the app, which is where the problem comes in, isn't it? Okay. So this is the challenge that we've got. So we've got here the content, and we can see that's set up correctly. If I choose to say, well, edit it, what happens is it takes me to the workspace. And I'll take me to the version that's published in the app. So this is why I'm saying it clones the workspace content. Okay, so if we come through into here and we go to product current month, which is the report that we were looking at before. Sorry, not product current month, was it? It was the, see, I should have checked, shouldn't I? It was regional sales current month, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay, so we've got here, where you can see, oh, it's not in all those. Okay. Must have done the annual, not that. So we can quickly fix that. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to Control C on that, highlight that, Control C. Let's go to a different one. Let's delete that, Control V, and it'll say, do you want to sync the slicer? Might as well sync it, yeah. And next one, delete it, Control V, sync the slicer. Okay, so we've got sales amount selected here. It's interesting. It would behave differently, but okay. Same here as well, that's fine. I don't mind. I'm going to not sync the slicer on that, I think. Oh, that was it. Here we go. Right. Okay, so I didn't delete the other one. Okay, so we've got that. So we suddenly have that there. It's year offset. That's definitely the problem. So we go month, year. Okay, we're going to put that into here, into the filters on all pages. And this is not month, year. Month offset, isn't it? Month offset. Where this is 0. Okay, and apply that. So this is actually now going to say this is the current month, which is what I wanted this to be, which is concerning me because I've did too many of these when we're preparing this. Okay, so we can change that to just be the day and do the same here. Do year. And finally, let's do current month here. Do date here. Okay, so we've got it. Okay, everything's sorted. We see what's going on. That's done. So we now save this. Okay, brilliant, perfect, job done. Well, it's not done, is it? Because the app hasn't been updated. And this is where the problems start with this. This is what one of the things I wanted you to really see. Get this through. Okay? We need to be clear about this. What I now have is if I come to the app and I go to the regional sales and I come to US sales, see that's still annual. This is here. If you check the regional sales, so I did the regional sales and got them wrong around. That's fine. Okay, not a problem. But we've got to this point, haven't we, where there's clearly a difference. There's like, well, the two versions are different. And that doesn't make any sense. And this is one of the gotchas that will happen with apps. So how do you manage understanding what that content is? And the only way is eyeballing it across. And I hate saying it, but it is. I haven't found a way to get the two bits of information together. So what we actually have, if we look in here, okay, bear in mind we're in regional sales, is it's this GUID here for the location that it's stored in. Okay, if we look back to our, okay, we've got that, okay, that's the app. So if I go through and I say, right, let's come out of the app, let's go to the workspace, and it's app 1, okay, so this is the workspace GUID. Now these are, you can say, oh, I'm going to copy that and get into your stuff. They're different. Okay, so these are different entities that's storing stuff. The GUIDs for the actual content are the same. So it is being cloned to a different location, but it is being cloned to a different location. That's kind of the point that you need to be kind of really aware of. It's cloning your data and putting it somewhere else. And there's no way of actually retrieving that GUID content that I am aware of. Okay, if someone knows something and I'm just completely in the dark, please let me know. But everything I've tried to try and access it doesn't work. Try and edit, you don't. There doesn't seem to be any API connectors that allow you to access it. I mean, obviously there is something, but yeah, it's different content. So how would you manage and maintain that? You've just seen as well me edit the content in the service, and that happens an awful lot. So in the event, for example, that we'd published that and we'd got there and everything was ready to go, and I was about to go into a meeting with the board member, I went, oh no, this is wrong. And you go, oh, you know, like my manager quickly checks it, sees, oh, there's an issue here. We tweak it, we publish it, we update the app. The only record of that update is then the version that's in the workspace and the app version. But then what happens if I've got an offline version in SharePoint stored and there's a change ready to go through that somebody else is working on? This is where the problems really start. Now, you can go down and you say, well, we're going to do an app development pipeline. And I think, in all honesty, your app development pipelines work really well in this section here, okay? I'm not going to have the debate or the discussion about our app development pipelines of any value whatsoever in Power BI. I can understand where they come from. I understand the reasoning behind them. I understand the mindset, okay? If you're down at this point now and you're saying, right, we've got the app development pipelines, it's fine to do it, but I think there are things within it that we need to think through, and potentially what you need is an app development pipeline for data and an app development pipeline for a model, but potentially the two don't mix. And I think that's where, for me, bits get complicated. The view of saying, well, we're going to have one for each just becomes problematic. And equally, if we're going to go down the route of saying, well, we're going to have dev, QA, and prod for data, what's the difference between dev, QA, and prod? And because you're not transacting, it's not transactional data, which is basically where dev, QA, and prod is about. It's about, we're going to record transactions, we're going to do business process. We need to make sure that that business process is consistent. When you're doing an extract, there's an impact on doing an extract. So if your production system is being hammered because your people are doing stuff in dev, you've got a problem. Yes, if you have a dev production system, you can potentially extract the data from dev and make sure it works. That makes sense. But do you need a separate workspace for that and different management cycle for that? I'm not sure. What's your QA? Who's validating that that change is effective? Chances are it's going to be you who's just done the work. So what are you doing? It's kind of where I get it. I understand. I know what Microsoft's doing. I understand the whole push for DevOps. I get it. But when you are doing an extract and a model, governance around your model, definitely 100% agree. We need to work through that. Sucks. Power BI just does not do it at all. Okay, the requirements, the needs of model don't work. Hopefully this new project, Power BI project side, is going to work with that, where it's trying to separate the idea of schema and data, which currently exists within the model. But again, it still seems to be in preview. It still seems to be pretty early days. Anything could happen. Again, preview features are notorious, especially with Microsoft, for features falling. So anyway, we get to that point. The key thing, though, is the app one. Oh, let me pick a thing again. Pick orange. Okay. App 1, App 2, and App 3 content. Do we do that? And then when you get to the point where you say, well, the workspaces, if we go back to the workspace and the app are two different things. We've potentially got already a dev in terms of the workspace and a prod in terms of the app. How do you manage the middle there? And the QA side is the question. So the QA side for an app this is where it gets like really different. I'm going, hang on. So the QA side for an app would look like what is I guess the question I'm asking. So what we would typically say is, well, we can build all the content in the app. Okay, we could say, have a folder for app content v1 potentially. Yeah, put the stuff in there. Everything goes through. It published. Brilliant. What we want. Okay. And we could put the folder, we'd put a date in there. That would all work. That's fine. But what I've checked when I went through and did an update of the app, okay, and we look at content here, this was important to me. If we go to add content, there's no note to say where the folder is. So it wouldn't be as simple as me saying, well, I'm going to have a folder for each version of the app, and we just copy and paste them through, or just untick the boxes here and tick the new ones, because there's nothing to show them as that they're there. Equally, I think, and I haven't tried this, but let's see, can we? No, yeah, you can't. So let's see if we went here and we said, well, let's save a copy of this to the workspace. This is 2014, isn't it? Okay. So it will let me save with the same name in a different folder, which is good. That's interesting. That's good to know. Okay, I hadn't tried that before, actually. I've suddenly thought, in a different folder? I know in the same one you can't. Has to be have a different name. So in a different folder you can, which potentially is useful. So as I say, we could go through and say, well, we're going to do that. But then if we go back to update the app here, we look at content and we go to add content, we can see we get the second one. How do I know which one is which? Okay, and I could say, well, that's fine. You untick the one that's ticked and tick the new one. That would work. But then we'd have to make sure we removed all the old content from the workspace. So again, there's method to this and it would work. And then all we would need to do is potentially come back to here, sit down with our clients and say, right, we're going to take you through, this is what the new version of the app will look like. It won't be in the full app schema, but these are the dashboard pages that we're going to put together so that we can go through and see, this is the exploration, this is what it would be like. Does that work as a QA environment? Okay, and again, potentially we can even give them limited or a period of, you have viewer access to the workspace for you to see it. Viewer is the same effectively as app permissions. It's a different thing. Don't use viewer on a long-term basis, would be my advice, by the way. If we can do that, we can kind of get to that point. It works, right? And we can then piece that all together. We've got something going, right, okay, we've now understood everyone's using the app correctly. We've published an updated version of the app. So that might be a way of doing it. And then we remove the old folder from it, download everything from it and save it. That might actually be the discipline that we need. Maybe folders are going to turn out to be a good idea. What folders and what we can't do though with this is manage the audiences, which is then part of the problem. So we need to work through audiences and determine how we piece together the audience structures that we're going to need to make sure that everything works as it should. So first off, we have to put in the, well, let's go back, update the app, I'll show you. So what I checked earlier, this is what you might have seen when I was looking at the web pages, just double checked that you can be in multiple audiences, because I'm sure you can, but I double checked. So because people can be in multiple audiences, we put the content in, we can add content, and you simply say, well, this is visible or not visible to that audience. So we've got core app here, create a new audience, pick the membership for it, and there you go. Okay. And then you pick the additional one. So if for example, we were saying, well, this one's not going to be visible to the normal team, we would say, right, for here, this is going to be visible along with everything else, and this one. Okay. As with most things with Microsoft, it's additive. So like you tick all of them for that additional audience. If you went through and removed them, it would hide them from the additional membership, if that makes sense. Yeah. If like the way Microsoft typically explain it is you have like an allow and a deny, and an inherit is kind of the general ways of permissions. So a deny overwrites an allow or overrides an allow. If you're a member of 10 groups that allow you to do something and one denies it, the deny will win, okay? And you will not have access. So if you hide this from everything, if you hide all the content from the audience apart from this, that audience won't have access to the rest of the stuff, kind of what I'm saying. Okay. Yeah. So we go through, we do that. We've got, as I say, a group there. Brilliant. We can then say, let me just remove this audience because I don't want this. Delete it. Okay. You can have up to 10 audiences, which I think makes sense. It works for it. Update that. Update. Great. Job's a good one. Okay. So what we've now got is an updated app. So if we went to the updated app, here, sorry, the apps, go to the updated app here, we should see now, if we come to the regional sales CM, yeah, it's monthly. Okay, and we see even says down here it's monthly. And we've got this view where we can pick profit, percentage, and we can see what's happening. We've got the sales breakdown by region. We can say, oh, well, West, I'm really interested in what went on West. It was Central, wasn't it, that we saw our profit percentage in Central. Okay, so we can see there's information going on, and that was actually, it was over the annual one, wasn't it? So can't see that at the moment. Really annoying. So we've got that, it works, it's pieced together, yeah? But you need to think through your update cycles and where you're going to put deployment pipelines, where you're going to put CDCI cycles within it, because there's just too much within the service side especially, and too much scope that will cause you problems. So documentation, right? So we've mentioned before, right, the best documentation that you'll find in terms of actually from the core, I want to document the process and have our technical documentation, is still far and away going to be that documentation that is SQLBI.com's combination of the DAX Studio and Vertipaq analyzer. So there are a few tools out there now that will allow you to actually get access to a lot of the metadata and schema information. You can even now get it from within Power BI, the Power BI service itself. And that'll be something that we'll do on the live stream, is actually use some of the measures within there to really explore that and build potentially a little data dictionary as well. So we'll build a data dictionary showing what goes on, giving us the DAX content, giving us everything. The challenge with that, and this is where the problem is that then is live, okay? So live updating documentation is brilliant, but it also has no change control, no management structure. Well, this is what it says. Well, that wasn't what was agreed. Two different things. Being able to extract the VPAX file, Vertipaq analyzer file, at the point of publication, especially of a model, bear in mind it's model focused, so you publish a semantic model, extract the VPAX, tag it into the change request, because of course you're using change management, okay? Again, why the DevOps potentially starts, some of the wheels fall off with DevOps, that you're continually developing it, is you need to make sure you've got some record of what was published at a particular time. And yes, you can go through and in GitHub, there's a track and there's things like that for it, but who signed off, you've got the governance for it, is where things come through. DevOps, CDCI are brilliant if you have enough technical resources who understand the content. If you don't, it won't work. Gosh, I'm feeling like I'm really down on stuff now. Newcastle Park Runs Report. What I did with this, okay, was one of the things that we found actually works really well. So if we come through and we click on there, it brings me to, it overlays some stuff. And I hate this overlay because I'm sure there's bits which just aren't right and the lines aren't right and it just ticks, it just annoys my OCD side. We can go through them, we can put this in. You can put a lot more information into here. These were just kind of quick and easy that I put through. And then overall, you click again and it disappears. If we choose to edit the page, and I click here, again, you can see what comes through. And what's actually happening is if we go to view and we bring in the selection pane, not the sync slices pane, my goodness me, like I'm blind today. selection pane, what you see is we've got a flyout panel. Okay. So this flyout panel, this was one of the big things with selection pane, is you can actually create a panel and then you group them together into something. So if we see here, click on this and we say, right, group. Okay, so that ability to group is what you want to do. So you click multiple, group them together. So you build a little flyouts. In this case, I built as a button. Well, that's the flyout here. This is the home help text that we're looking at now. So I put a shape, just a rectangle, made it mostly transparent. And I put a button, a transparent button over, which is what switches between the bookmarks. And then overlaid, we've just put multiple shapes. And for all, yes, these are just shapes. You could put a text box, you could put anything you wanted in. The key thing was that we're able to, if I can see here, we've got text, we've got narrative. So if I put a text box in, for example, I could actually put a lot more information in and make it be something, say something else. Like say here, narrative. This could do so much more. Yeah. So if I remove this, so do that, let's insert a text box. Okay, and put it over here. Put it there. Put it over there. You see it brings it in here. I drag it down into the right location. Okay, I can even rename it. So this is narrative help. And then it just becomes down to styling. How do you want to style it? So we can see, again, this is where text boxes can be a little bit difficult, that they seem to be, I'm sure there was a way to, it's background on. Okay, so put background on, put that there. So it looks similar now. Center the text. Event narrative summary. Let me make that bold, maybe a little bit bigger. Okay, and I should probably make that transparent, maybe. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, okay. The point was always that you could kind of see what was under it, but we're going to make this smaller. So this is a narrative generated using the non-Copilot engine. Okay, so we've got some information about it. Okay, so you can see, you can structure that around, you can do what you need to do with it. And then because you've got a button, that button has one action, which is to switch between bookmarks. The bookmark obviously has various things. So if we go to our view bookmarks, bring the bookmark pane in, you can see we have bookmark going right. Here we are. Okay, we're in the wrong one. Newcastle main. So this is the main one. Got the flyout, where the flyout is popped out. We've got the help. Okay, so we've got various options available that depend on what you're wanting to do or where you select. So what's happening when you hit here is it's just opening up the bookmark. So if we select here, we can see the action. Go to Newcastle help. We can see here, we've just got a big button, and I've just put at the top, this is made just one big button, and I've put a second button down there, which does some different. There's a navigation button. This is going to Newcastle flyout. And you can see we've got all the different options available across the different pages of this report that allow it to then function more like an app. And the last thing that we've done, if you see here, okay, in the edit, we've got the visual headers. Okay. If we go back to reading view, and I'm not going to save this, don't save this. Okay. The visual headers go. Okay. Again, that makes for a more app-like experience, I find, but there's a trade-off with it because it doesn't help people to understand what's going on. So that's one of the reasons why we've put in the filters there, where you can see what filters are applied. So if we picked 2021, you see it says calendar year 2021. And we've got videos showing how to create that and it's definitely one to revisit and see how you like it. And I think for me, it's one we need to revisit in here anyway, because there's a few things that go on. But this method of putting documentation on the page works really well because you can go through, as we say, and have it on every page. So somebody just goes, clicks, tells them what it is. There's nothing to stop you putting additional information in there, technical information, saying the version of the model, even potentially a location of where the model is or can be found, so people can quickly and easily, from a technical standpoint, understand which version is published in the app. Yeah, that's important. And that's one of the things that we need to be able to be thinking about as we get there. So between Vertipaq Analyzer for the technical documentation, the core technical piece, where you've got these, okay, and this is one of the things that we need to be aware of. So if we check here, refresh history, this is refreshing every day, which is great. One of the things that this does really badly is it's got the calendar in it. So if your main report pack is updated monthly, for example, and you've got something which is different, has a different granularity, you need to think about that. And this is, again, why we say you need to split your data flows out. But the way we back up data flows is we come through and we go to export the JSON. And that gives us the data flow. That gives us all the ETL processing that's gone on within the data flow. You can now, within Power BI Desktop, go and export the TMDL for that table, but that includes only what gets into that file. So in our cases, they're just going through and picking up the data flow table. There's no ETL processing in it. So we would need to go and back that up. And again, DevOps perspective, does it make sense to back those up every time they're updated? Definitely it does. DevOps perspective, what would stop me from having another one in here that was our dev one that somebody else was working on? One thing that data flows do really well, and I haven't checked as much as this is where these are with Gen 2 at the moment. One of the things I really did like about data flows and do like about them is the way that they are locked. Okay, this data flow has been modified by me. It is locked to me. If somebody else came through, they would have to effectively take the keys off me to then edit it. Now, what that does is it means that there's an element of control over who is modifying the data flow, which is what you want, because again, we've said very clearly, this is something we want to govern and control. We need to make sure that there is consistency and people aren't just going, oh, I'm going to tweak this. Oh, I'm just going to change this. Oh, I'm going to change that. Anything that you're bringing through, all the pipelines that are going through into your data, you need to make sure that they are standard and that they are logged. And it shouldn't be something people are just playing with and saying, I'm going to make this change today, I'm going to make that change tomorrow. It needs to be controlled, governed, and managed and be really firmly controlled. Yeah? Okay. So export those JSONs as well. And then you can back those up and keep them somewhere. As I say, as far as I'm aware, you still can't back up and do JSONs for these. There are obviously ADF, you've got your Jupyter notebooks, things like that, that allow you to do an awful lot of ETL processing in the Fabric landscape. Staying out of Fabric, which is what we're trying to do with this, data flows are kind of the main piece of tooling that you will use. You can go through and, of course, directly connect to databases and do stuff. I would say if you are going to go and connect to a database and bring it through and do it in a direct query, you need to think about a way of capturing that and what's going on, okay? Because it's not just going to be as simple as saying, well, this is the view source. In the past, that has been a good way of working that I've used, where a direct connection to a database, we wrote a view on the database server that was going to actually be used. And that way, again, we're putting that under the DBA's control as opposed to our control in Power BI, so that the models that end up using that, we're able to consistently use it. And then when it gets to the point of saying, well, it's models using it, there's a discussion to be had. Is direct query correct? Or do we go down the route and say, well, we're going to use a data flow that's going to periodically pull it through. We're going to bring through the enhanced compute engine, turn that on, and use direct query in Power in the data flow, because you can direct query a data flow as our way of connecting the models, so that we're, again, not putting constant load on the source system. So there's lots of things that you go through. There's lots of discussion points that you should be having. But I hope what you can see is that documentation is what allows us to have those conversations, because unless we understand, hey, this is what's going on, it's just something I've done. And that the act of documentation will also help me and you to get to that point of saying, I've created an issue here. Got a problem there. So it's definitely something you need to be working on. It's definitely something to be aware of. Here's a little extra for you. Okay. Now, this is something that I love. Everyone else hates. I love it. Okay. So you can see here, we've got a different icon. Okay. Now, Power BI gives you the option of allowing people to customize their visuals. Okay. And this is one that it's like, for those of you British audience, you know, like Marmite. Okay. Some people either love it or hate it. I love it. Lots of people say I don't like it. Okay. They don't like it because the user can customize what they see. I am viewing this as an app user. Okay. You do not need a license like a Power BI Pro license or that. As an app user, I can click and I can say, oh, well, I want to see a tree map. I say, oh, I want to see like a column chart of it all. Okay, and we can see, oh, right, okay. So what I need is to bring all the information down to the legend. Okay, and then suddenly, oh, okay, horrible. It's horrendous, I know. But I've got the ability to do that. And this is always what they are. I don't like that, because they could they could do something silly. You know, I could say, oh, I want to see it as matrix table. I can see it as matrix, I can do this. You know, I can't resize it. I'm stuck with the size of it, but I've got the ability to make tweaks and changes to it. I can even say, oh, well, I don't actually want to see sales amount. I want to see, go away. I want to see the, let's go to under my DAX here. Alphabetical order, which is brilliant. It's not in the normal order. Let's go to profit percentage. Okay, so suddenly I can say, oh, I want to see profit percentages for these. Okay, and I've done all that. I can say, oh, well, this isn't going to work, is it? So we can go back to personalize the visual. We can say, well, let's bring this to here. Okay, so just again, help split it out a bit more. So I can start to actually see, oh, what's happening with these various things. So that it's going to work, isn't it? It allows me to do whatever I want to do. It could be horrendous, horrible. I would never want to let somebody do it. But ultimately, I've done it, okay? The nice thing is, if I go away and I come back, okay, it's gone. So it's not persistent in the app view, which is nice. If you've got workspace access, it can be persistent because it's like a bookmark. Let me see, is it down as a bookmark? No, okay. But I could add a personal bookmark, which you can do with these things. And that's always something we'd say, you know, if I went through and I said, actually, let me make this into, let's really cheer people up. Let's make it into a donut chart, okay, with subcategories down and details. Okay, do that, and then I could say, well, let's hit my bookmark. Okay, save it. Go away. I can come back. I can go to my bookmarks. I can say, I want to see that. So it allows me to do that. So there's things I can do, even just as a viewer, because I've got the ability to do that. If you don't have that, then you can kind of filter on something, and then you can bookmark that and say, well, this is it based on whatever it was. Okay. So as I say, it's a Marmite feature, but it's definitely one that it has some interesting value concepts to it. In terms of it, though, yeah, it's just a bookmark, so it's kind of reset the visuals, reset to default, and it's gone. In the workspace, it's the same thing. You just go reset to the default, and it's gone. Okay, it's kind of there. So you can do what you want, bookmark it, reset to default, it's different. Yeah? What do you reckon then? Okay? Getting your documentation strategy right and your deployment plans and everything like that right is vital. There's no shortcuts to it, okay? You need to be aware that each development cycle within your landscape should have its own cycle within it. So that's what I'm saying. Your data pipelines, it's a cycle of work. That's why we separate them out, because there's a cycle around data pipelines. There's a cycle around models. There's a cycle around app content as well. And all of that needs to be worked through and understood. And you, as a business analyst, as a data analyst, as somebody within your business, needs to make sure that you've got real clear expectations around everybody who's involved in this, that they know when they can do things, when they can't, what to do when they make that, crap, I've got to do that urgent change because I need to go and present this to insert name here now, and they don't like the color blue and it needs to be purple because that's wrong. Or, you know, I've seen many times where the wrong colors come through and it's a tweak, you know, the mistake, it's got through testing. These things happen, okay? I'd be, you know, I wish they didn't. I really wish they didn't, but I've done change management, problem management, all this for far too long now. It happens. It shouldn't, but it does. So we need to make sure in the event, I needed to make that tweak for Steve so that I could present it to insert name here of our manager or our big boss, PHB, what, pointy head boss, Dilbert, anyone? Yeah. Present it. I then download that copy, make sure that goes onto SharePoint or GitHub or whatever. This is the version that's there. Might be based on what we looked at. Oh, we can use a folder for it. So we have the folder labeled with it. And the point would be, it's now delivered, it's now gone live. We get to that point, we have that success or failure meeting that you do. We can then say, right, this is successful, at which point we download all the content out of that app folder, back it up. Okay, and that then becomes, this was what was published on this date. Okay, and that potentially is what we look to. And then when we're saying, well, we're going to build an upgrade, we potentially, do we clone those? And then it's becomes saying, well, we've got an offline version, which is what was agreed. We've got the version online, which is potentially is different. We've got then a new folder with, this is the version V3 that we're working towards. And at the point of publication, we simply untick those and tick the new ones. Okay. The bit we didn't cover is you can also rename the reports within the app. So the report name and the app name are completely different. So again, you end up having to look at GUIDs. Apps are great, and I hope you've seen having multiple apps in one workspace. I don't know how that's going to be managed, especially multiple apps go across multiple models in one workspace. Yeah, good luck. But don't worry, you can have an unlimited number. The structure and the way that Microsoft CD, CI, and DevOps mindset is pushing you is you will have a single deployment pipeline in one workspace going from data to app, or app because of this organizational apps now. That's the way they want you to go. The challenge with that is what it means is that your apps contain content relating to one model only, which then removes the concept of having a single pane of glass report pack where I've got data coming from my sales team, coming from my manufacturing team, coming from my warehouse team, coming from my R&D team into one dashboard so that my CEO and my senior leadership team and anybody else in the business that needs it can see exactly what's going on. And we might go to the point of saying, well, you know, we've got big enough, we've gone down the full premium capacity route, or F64, I think is now where they are with it. I'm not sure what's going on with licensing with that yet, but yeah, F64, where you get your free Power BI license. So we can say, oh, we're going to here's a nice view that we can give to everybody in the business that they can kind of see, so everyone feels at one with the business. That's going to be a mix of everything, isn't it? You know, we sold this much, we made this much, we did this much. You know, we developed 5 new products this last month. Those might be the sorts of things that we want to put out there. You know, our CEO wants to know, what's the dev pipeline looking like for the new product that we're due to launch in March? How are the sales looking like? Are we actually going to be bringing enough money to fund our R&D? Are we looking at manufacturing? Is that going well enough? A single pane of glass would pull all that together. We would use our dashboards like you saw, where we can navigate, go back and forth between them. It's easy to do, but it means DevOps doesn't work, because your pipeline you can't have multiple pipelines ending in one place. And the nature of apps is that you can't then you'd have to update the whole app. You can't partially update it. So if other people were working on things, you would need to be aware of that and say, right, okay, what we're doing. So there's a coordination that needs to happen, which is why the center of excellence is so important to you. Your center of excellence will be spending 80+% of their time dealing with the app content rather than the data pipeline work. And what you want to do is start to get to that structured layout where model updates become very periodic, so quarterly, biannually, even annually, to make sure that those are happening in a very structured fashion. Apps and individual report content is being updated potentially on a monthly cycle, weekly cycle maybe. Weeklies may be difficult, but monthly is where you want to get to, where we're going to update this. This is going to happen on insert date time here. There's an agreement. These are the ones that are coming through. We get that structured way of working, and we document everything as we go. And then one task of saying, well, we need to go make sure we put in that help button and the overall view of it, something that it's easy enough to do, and familiarity then comes through from your audience. There's the help button. I click there and it'll tell you what's going on. If you want to understand how DAX measures are written, yeah, you can use the data dictionary and show you how DAX measures are written, but it'll show you how they're written today, and that's not necessarily what was agreed or what was approved before. How do you track that? Which is why VPAX is the tool to use for that. Yeah? So you get to this mindset, you understand the artifacts that you're going to need to be restoring and or retaining ad infinitum to make sure that you've got a proper documented and managed Power BI environment. If you like what you've heard, and I'm sure none of you do, I'm sure, I even going through and make this video, looking at the scripting for it, it was like, what are we saying? We need to be absolutely open and transparent about this, because if you're not fully aware and going into this eyes wide open, you will open yourself up to massive issues and failures, because chances are, and I can almost guarantee it, okay, your board, yeah, they care about the numbers, but they'll pick up more about, I don't like that bar chart, I don't like that, than they will about, the ETL scripting that we wrote, it's inefficient. They don't care, they don't see it. They see pretty picture there, I don't want that, I wanted a matrix table, I wanted something else. And you can write stuff, you can use your bookmarks to go between and toggle between and change visuals for it. Why not get in touch? Okay, put the QR code up, get in touch, Geordie Consulting, book a free consultation call. We'll work with you, we'll help you structure and build that environment that's going to support the documentation, and more importantly, continued growth and expansion of your Power BI data landscape across your organization to really leverage just how much value you can get out of your data and help you and your business take your data usage to the next level. For now, though, stay safe, take care, ta-da. Welcome along to week 16, okay? This is a re-recording of the live stream. Honestly, I had audio issues, just a list of things seemed to just go wrong with this. So I thought, right, let's re-record it to go in the Supercut. So if you've made it through to here, congratulations. If you have, well, drop a comment down below. Say, oh, wow, I made it here. I saw the new bit. But let's carry on with it. Because what we really wanted to talk about was that we've brought everything together, haven't we? And we've kind of gone through in the course of this 16 weeks, we've looked at the important things around Power BI. So actually being able to piece together the basics of your data model and what you really need to be doing in terms of modeling, because that is the most important part. If you don't model your data correctly, you won't be, your DAX becomes more complicated, everything slows down as well. So more complicated DAX tends to lead to slower measures tends to lead to less satisfaction, okay? There's other things we've discussed that we've kind of got some benefits that we can get out of Power BI. So I thought, right, let's kind of refresh all that, bring it together, and then look a little bit into this whole app piece that was really important, I think, that we'll have a decent look at it today. Okay, so first off, okay, so I thought we'd have a look at this, right? This is just one of the basic decks that we've got in the business that we use, kind of like really simple, kind of a Power BI workshop. Talk a little bit about me. I'm amazing. I've been doing this for a long, long time. Okay, I've got an awful lot of experience of helping businesses go through this, both internally and externally as a consultant. So kind of I will be there and help you in your organization. I understand exactly where you're coming from. And my goal is definitely to make sure that my businesses add value to your organization whenever you work with us, either in Geordie Consulting or what you're doing today, watching us on Geordie Intelligence. Okay. But the important thing, right, let's get this piece right, okay? This is what we need to really make sure that we understand. The data landscape, right, for our Power BI infrastructure and architecture that we've got, okay, so for our enterprise data platform, we need to consider it as 4 parts, okay? And those 4 parts are really important, because if we don't get this right, it affects everything that we do, and is really why I would always say to a small business or to anybody really to say, take the time, have a conversation with a consultancy at the very least, if not get them and engage them to help you. Because you will find there are things that you have in place already that will be able to support some of these. There'll be things that we need, there's a skills gap or a knowledge gap that we just need to help fill and plug and work through what that looks like. But get this right, and your business and your data team and your data program just, it's exponential growth. It's amazing what it does. Sorry, it's that way, isn't it? I'm not in a mirror image today. Exponential growth. So what does that mean? So kind of the data piece, the first piece, like the raw, is that term that you'll hear a lot, raw. And as much as possible, we want that to be a mirror of the production system. We kind of just want to be lifting and shifting from production. The main reason around this is it stops 2 things. So firstly, it stops excess load on a production system. The last thing you want to say, right, I need this. Here's a complicated query stack that I need to come from production, so I have my great reporting immediately. That doesn't help. It adds load, it causes, you're using system resources on a production system that should be serving your customers to serve something that doesn't actually benefit directly anything. So mirror is ideal, and most database solutions are built and are able to set up mirrors quite easily with a minimal load and impact on the system. And the second reason is actually because it allows us to make sure that nothing's creeping in. If we know what we've got in our raw area is the data as it stands, okay, there is no changing to it or no changes within it, it makes life much simpler for us, because it then becomes, we make the changes, we own it, we can then see what's happening. And that see what's happening is in the curated stage, that next step along. So where we will curate the data in terms of, we will actually say, well, this is how it looked in the source system. This is what we need it to look like in our model. So the curation steps that go on. And in this here is also where any machine learning or any AI tools that you want to bring to bear will be applied to your data model. And at this point, I want to mention that this is something that's really important to understand. For me, as somebody who's worked in this sector for a long, long time, the most important thing for a business is business intelligence, okay? Businesses don't need, in inverted commas, data science, okay? Data science workloads are about understanding bits that go beyond business intelligence. So you're looking to seek out new relationships, new issues, new items, new ways that we can project or predict what's going to happen in our business. But the only way you can actually see or measure or validate or do anything like that in terms of what success looks like is when you compare it to your business intelligence stack, which kind of means that to do any of it, you have to have business intelligence. So business intelligence has to come first. It has to be the priority. It's never seen as the sexy area. It's always like, oh, I've got to do the business intelligence. Yeah, we made this much last month. Okay, we sold that much. But ultimately, the reality is that what you sold is what you have to report. That's what your accountancy needs to be around. It's what you did. It's not what you're planning to do. For all you might go to an investor and say, we plan to do this. And they might say, well, where does that come from? And you've got some great data that you've built, data science algorithms you've put together. Say, well, we predict this. This is the maths that go behind it. That helps them go, okay, that's good. Fundamentally, if your sales don't meet that, you're in just as much of a mess as you would be if you'd kind of gone, I reckon. Okay, so BI is where we're focused on with this. The results of your data science should come back as an ML or an AI packet that can then be applied to the model as it goes through. So we've got that clear structuring. Once we've got that, we then end up saying, right, we've now got our tables of data, our structured, curated data that we're now going to build into models. And so in Power BI, you bring those together from various sources. You're going to have your core, these are our data core sources, like our calendar, our time dimension, our exchange rates, those kind of things that we would say, right, these are our core components. We bring those, we move those through with our different source systems that we've got, and then we structure those and add the measures to it. So we have a real structure of this is a model, okay? And this is the important part. And then we get to the really important part, okay, where the rubber meets the road, quite literally, because this is where people are seeing the results of all our work. But I want you to remember, okay, we've got all these other steps that have gone on beforehand. And in a normal first, use case one, where you're saying, well, we're going to build one report, okay, from this, it's maybe your visualization is maybe 10%, if that, of the workload that goes on. The reality, though, is as it changes and as it expands, and as we get to the point, some of the areas where we've been, where we've had customers with over 100 reports connected to that model, you can kind of see that load shifts, doesn't it? So it goes from being very much about the data ingestion and the whole ETL pipeline side of it, and it ends up being much more heavily focused on visualizations because we've got so many reports to manage and understand. Not that it necessarily adds load, but it means we need to be aware of what measures are being used. If we tweak this measure, who's going to be impacted? What do we need to do? And that's why you need to be thinking through what that data community is going to look like in your organization. Because if you've got 100+ reports, I guarantee your center of excellence hasn't created them all. Okay, you have people in the business creating report content, which is good, by the way, because they are creating content based on the model that you have built. Okay, they are building it on that approved model that is there. There is no, oh, I'm just going to export it to Excel and do my own jiggery pokery with it. It's very much we are structured, we know what we are doing. So be aware. Over time, you will go from being focused on the ETL side to being the visualization side, and that's then where you need to make sure you've got the good engagement going. So what does this look like when we put the Microsoft side in? So business intelligence from a Microsoft standpoint with our Microsoft stack. So to say, data-wise, we're going to be pulling those through, aren't we? From SQL servers, from Excel, from SharePoint lists, from other Dataverse sources, all those kind of things that we're going to be pulling data from. Then we're going to start using our mScript or other tools that we've got available to us. Yeah, so Python or something else that you might be using as well, being that you can do this in Azure, in terms of the Azure data pipelines. You've got the Dataflows in Power BI sense, and I know I'm a huge fan of my Dataflows. I like them because it allows you to reuse stuff. Now Fabric's come through, you've got Dataflows Gen 2, you've also obviously got the ability to use some notebooks or other things like that as well if you really want to. Okay, so the Microsoft iteration of Jupyter Notebooks. What we can then look at is saying, well, we're going to model that. So we're going to build those semantic models, okay? And those semantic models are going to come through, and those are going to be based on the table structures and those structures that have come out from our curation. So we're going to use DAX in there, we're going to put together and build something that we can then use and reuse, and that's the most important part. It's not just use, it needs to be used and reused. And most of those are going to be in Power BI semantic models. You might find other stuff that we can do now within Microsoft Fabric. So obviously we've got things kind of coming through. We did have data marts, but those are now end of life and being killed by the end of the year. So if you have any data marts, you need to stop using them. I know we've used a couple. We've definitely experimented with them to see what they were doing. It looks like they were just being used as a precursor to test something for Fabric. It's a shame. I think they had a lot of legs in them as an idea, but now it's going to exist in Fabric, and the push is very much to move people and customers to Fabric and to have them take on a level of Fabric capacity. Anyway, move on, okay? Lastly, this is the most important part. We want it to be analyzed and used and visualized. Yeah, that's kind of the important thing, analyze and use. So we can do this either using Power BI visuals, which is like the one everyone would talk about. And those would be our, sorry, what's going on with this? Just give me a second. Those would either be in our, directly in Power BI, we can use Power BI desktop, we can use Power BI where we build report content in the service now. And obviously some of that can go through into your dashboards. You've got metrics that we can use as well, so we can actually build metric sets and start to track over time as well, which we've discussed a few times. It's a very useful thing. But also, and let's not forget, these two other options that we've got. So Excel Online and Excel. Okay, one of the things people, it's export to Excel. Okay. Export to Excel is a, inverted commas, problem if people are wanting to copy down data. And the reason why it's a problem is because if people copy down data and do their own curation of the data, effectively what they're doing is they're saying, well, I'm going to go back and establish, where's my thing gone? Hang on. They're saying, I want to go back and establish this bit on my own. Don't they? Going all up to data model. And they're going to do all that within Excel. And that then means, well, your new source is the model that we've built. You're doing that your own curation. So in terms of, well, we've pivot tables, we've done this, we've done that. Okay, effectively, you've built your own little BI engine. And it's that shadow BI function, which is very definitely the problem that you will face with it. So that's the bit that we say all the time. Be careful about people doing things within Power BI, or sorry, within Excel. But you can connect Excel to your existing semantic models. You can build your pivot tables. You can use the DAX measures that are written. We then have complete control, not control, complete awareness that you are following the agreed enterprise standards for how to use data. If there's a difference, and they say, well, you know, I've rejigged it a bit and I want to do something, we've got a point that we can actually backtrack through and follow and understand the logic and see, right, you started here, this is what you did, this is what you did. Right, yeah, we can see how we need to update, add a new measure, that can be folded back in, so it then goes back into our data model, and then we can build proper report content that everyone can see. But throughout, we've had that knowledge and consistency that everyone is using the same way of working. So it's definitely, it's not bad, but it's think through what we actually mean. And what we really want is everyone using the source of truth. So we need to make sure this becomes the source of truth across our organization, not a case of people saying, well, I've built stuff separately, this is what I've done. Yeah? So the result of this is one of the concerns that we have, okay? Because unchecked, that way of working leads to this. It leads to siloed ways of working. And you can see how it happens. If we go back, we've got, well, it's a structure, isn't it? We go data to this. We go, so data, curate it, model it, visualize it, curate it, model it. And the idea then becomes, well, I'm going to do this for every app that we need. Okay, so we're going to create app content. That's what everyone says I have to do. I will create a model for each app. I will do the data piece for it. That makes sense. No big deal. Brilliant. Off I go. Okay. And to be honest with you, the way this is presented to so many people and the way that it's kind of looked at by a lot of people as they go is kind of, oh, right, this is how it is. Okay, this is what Power BI is. And the reality couldn't be further from the truth. This is the worst thing you can possibly do. If you do this, the issue that you will face is that fundamentally you are eroding the value proposition of Power BI, because all you are doing, if this is what you are doing, is adding cost, both financially in terms of licenses for Power BI, but also in terms of resource allocation. Because I can almost certainly guarantee nowadays, every platform you buy has its own reporting suite. And if this is all you're doing, you probably aren't adding a whole heap of value compared to what's in the out-the-box reporting suite for the platform that you bought. Okay? So be warned. The reality is, and this is where it kind of changes, everyone goes, well, what? this is more of a real world scenario that we see. Okay, so where we have data coming through from different areas of our business. So we've got area 1 and we've got area 2 coming through here, right? And then we're producing a number of apps here. So we've got 3 apps that we've got in use. And in terms of the way we talk about it, this is why we push and we recommend and say, right, think about your apps and your user access layer in terms of the functions that are going to be doing it. So we talk about the C-suite app, so our senior leadership team's app, where they will have, this is your app that will allow you to access everything that you want. You then might have a sales team app. You then might have a manufacturing or R&D team app that allows them to see what's going on. And that will pull data in and report content in from models that you've got around the business. And it might be from the model that you've got here, our first model, which could be, say, relating to our sales information. This could be coming from our sales pipelines. And then we could say, well, actually, this is the C-suite, so they actually want to see also information from, say, HR, in terms of where our staff are, what's the staff cost that we've got. So you bring those 2 pieces of information together. Now, that's something as well that we need to discuss. This is, I think, this is when it's really difficult to work out the best way to do this. And I don't think I've ever figured this out. So, we'll try again when I can find it, when I just type. It's not going to work. There we go. Okay. So one of the things that we need to understand is what's going on at the moment with apps. Okay. So the app landscape in Power BI is changing, and I think it's something that I want us to be fully aware of. Okay. So let me try this here. Let's do it this way. Right. Okay. So, not while I'm busy trying to present stuff. Oh, dear. So the idea of an app. So we've got Workspace apps. Okay. And they're bringing through org apps. Okay. These are the 2 things that we've got right now. So Workspace apps is one app per workspace, okay, which is what we've got today. Now, each app can have up to 10 audiences, okay, of the workspace content. Okay, so it clones what is there. So you've taken a workspace content and you've made a shadow copy of it, or a copy of it that's then hidden in a separate place. Because of that, it means that the workspace content potentially, and this is the bit, is potentially different to the app content. Now, if we turned around and said in the org, where we can have unlimited apps per workspace, okay, I'm sure there will be a limit, okay, at the moment it's not unlimited is where they're saying, okay. If we're saying that, here you mean, we've got unlimited apps per workspace and 10 audiences per app, okay, how many variations are you going to have with that, right? I think that's the bit for me, which I'm sort of like, I can kind of go, okay, see why they're doing it. The reason why they're doing it, I think, is, and I will be honest with it, this is my view, and this is why I think this is doomed to fail, is it is for deployment pipelines. Okay, I'm not even going to try and type that, write it with my finger. Now, the reason why I'm saying I don't like it is because deployment pipelines don't work with apps. Right, that's something you have to understand. your deployment pipelines will not work with your apps. So because deployment pipelines don't work with the apps, how do you manage it? You have to manually do it. So your deployment pipeline might go as far as saying, you have these files in your workspace. The next problem is your deployment pipeline follows this model, where you go data, model, app, which doesn't work, okay? So for me, and for the way we kind of recommend this, is that your deployment pipeline ends up being this bit. We take data and model. If you're going to do that, potentially you end up saying, well, we end up maybe, should we have a deployment pipeline for each step within it, that we actually have a dev, a QA, and a prod section for what we're doing in terms of understanding how we bring data through, understanding how the model's going, what tweaks are happening to the model. You always end up with a different life cycle for each stage of the entity. And I think that's the bit where we really struggle. And I will be 100% honest with you, I don't think there is a real right answer for this beyond saying, if you go down the right way of getting Power BI to work for you and you have multiple workspaces with the apps, that's fine. Now, you're going to turn around and say, yeah, but you're an idiot, Ross. Why would we could put everything in, have everything as an organizational app, 15 apps, all in one workspace, brilliant. Well, no, okay? Because your workspace is based on, or your deployment pipeline is never going to cover all of this, is it? You're not going to bring all of your data assets that you have into a single deployment pipeline. You won't. There's absolutely no way you would. If someone says, oh, of course we would. There's something waiting for you at the printer, yeah? Oh, which printer? Yeah, it's the P45 one, yeah? P45, yeah? If you look at the printer ID, P45, that one. That's where the job waiting for you, right? No, okay? For those of you not in the UK, P45 is what you get when you get sacked, okay? You would not bring everything into a single deployment pipeline. You wouldn't, right? Which then means that you end up, no matter what you do, you end up with a really serious barrier here, okay? There is no other way that this progresses. You have a barrier between between the apps and your models, because you want to be able to bring content from multiple models into your app. Otherwise, we're saying to our customers, right, for all the report content that relates to this model, you need to go here. And as I say, not to mention, if you've only got one model in each set of app, why would I need multiple versions of the app? I would presumably just have one, in which case, yeah, we're right back here. Okay, so where does this leave us with deployment pipelines? As I say, modeling, definitely. I understand we need to get a life cycle around what's going on. We definitely do. But our deployment pipeline mindset, we need to make sure it doesn't impose silos in what we're doing, and it doesn't prevent us from progressing in our data landscape and our data ways of working. Okay? Okay? And let's just, actually, before we progress, I just want to quickly show you this. I'm saying quick. Okay? So we've got this, haven't we, where we've talked about, here is our workspace that we've got. Okay, now, if we go to update the app, which is kind of the most important part, and we go to the content, then we say, well, we're going to add some content. Oh, I don't have a folder structure. So to combat all this, this is why they are now bringing in the folder structure into your app into your workspaces. So you'd end up being able to build your apps with multiple apps with this, but you get tied to one model. So you'd put 5 models in and all the data. Reality and practicality of this, just like the wheels come off so quickly when you look at an enterprise data solution for this. So yeah, I don't know. Okay, right. We're happy. We understand the ideas of deployment pipelines versus lifecycle management on the various entities that we have. The most important part is, of course, understanding that the content of the app is almost disposable because there's nothing in it beyond a few charts. But given that you will find there's a difference between what's in the app and what's in the workspace potentially, and I know there will be over time, especially if you come and look at something and it's been months since you've done anything, more than likely someone's tweaked something somewhere. And then saying, well, we've got a third instance of an offline version of the file as well. You just, yeah, good luck managing that. And that's why we say eyes only audit, or an eyes on audit of what's the difference between the app version and the version we've got offline and the version that's in the workspace is the best way to start. Okay, you need to make sure that when you are making changes to it, that you're doing it. Anyway, okay, let's get back to our deck. Where's my thing? Here we go. Okay, so deployment pipelines, leave that up to you. Documentation. So there's two things, isn't there, that we've got here. We've got the idea of technical documentation, which is the technical side of everything, right? The deep, this is what has been done to structure and build that model. There is no room for negotiation. There's no like ambiguity about it. It's very factual. This is what's happening here. And we've got the two key ways of bringing those through. So we would say definitely Vertipaq analyzer file, 100%. So the VPACs must be part of the documentation. That just has to be there, fully intact, put it in. You then also will say, right, let's bring through the content that goes on in the ETL side of it. So if you've built those in a data flow, I would say export the JSON. You would probably also want to go through and extract the various pieces of script that go into building it, but be aware as your models get really complicated, you might be better off just using the JSON, because you can always go back to the JSON, open it, and then here we have, this is everything that there is. But you need to make sure you take copies at key points, especially at publication times, and say, right, this is what is the locked in version. If you just take the script, you run the risk that there's other components that you've missed that have gone into it. So the JSON is key. If you're using SQL, then obviously the SQL queries that you've got, where you are using SQL, one thing I would always recommend is to make sure that you use views. So build a view on your SQL server, import the view. Even if you're doing an import as opposed to a direct query, make sure you have a view. If you have a view, that goes for any database server, by the way. If you have a view, then there's a line in the sand, isn't there? So if something changes in the application and the view stops working, it's pointless you making any changes in your data landscape until the view is fixed. If you were doing a query, well, your query would stop working. You would have to go through and debug your stuff first. So kind of what we end up with is case going, right, we've done an update on the system. The reports have stopped working. Oh, who's at fault? Who needs to do something? Who missed something? Let's go straight to the database server, select star from view. Does stuff come back? No. Okay, kind of obvious. Gives a really clear line in the sand for debugging and understanding. My recommendation, take it or leave it, see how you see fit. Okay. Other options will be available for other areas, but kind of try and make sure you've got a dividing line. For APIs, very similar. Can we actually go into Postman and pull through the API or somewhere else? Just make sure the API is connecting. Starting point. Is the package that's coming back from the API the same? Is obviously more difficult, but you want to kind of make sure that you're going again as close to the raw system as possible. Raw. It's amazing what we said, getting data. Then we get to the more complicated side, the end user documentation. And I'm saying it's more complicated because it's more subtle, this side. Traditional mindset would be very much in terms of saying, right, we take screenshots, we do this, we put it together with a big, long, wordy document saying, very laudable, how amazing are we? Aren't we awesome? Look, we thought of you, dear customer. It's never read. Okay, people don't read them. And more importantly, when people need them, they don't have them. So what we've found works really well is actually embedding it as part of a bookmark that you have in your Power BI content so people can see, here it is. There are other areas you can now go through and do in Power BI. So in terms of you can actually go in and bring in the schema information and you can then present that. And that's definitely something you should be considering doing. I would definitely recommend doing that. If you put that in as a glossary report into your content, that goes a long way. And we can do that later. So we can actually see, right, here's a glossary of terms that we can see. Oh, it makes my life so much easier. As a customer, I'm not going, I might go, I don't understand what that means, but I don't need to understand or know what it means. I just need to know this is what's happening. And we can look at the ways that we can discuss and balance and manage that within Power BI. And it's all good. And that's the end user documentation. And that side will take up an awful lot of time. You know, putting it in bookmarks for every report page adds time, but it will reap rewards because as you get used to doing it, it becomes much quicker. As you standardize how you do it, you know, be it, well, we've always got little help icons on the page. Customers get used to it. They'll click it, they'll see. You can gauge what you need to do with it. So definitely a way we would recommend going. What those look like in real terms, though, is, let's see. So we've got here, okay? This is the VPAX file, if we start with the technical side. Okay, so this is our VPAX from Newcastle Park Runs. And one of the things that we would always say to people, obviously, the bit that we always talk about most is kind of the DAX expressions, where we've got a list of, or we can see clearly, all the DAX expressions that we've got that happen. Really important for you. Oh, this is really useful to be able to see, right? I can see all the DAX expressions that happen. I wanted to know that. That's useful for me. Okay? That's part of it. The other side, and the bit that's kind of more important, is when you come through to say, I'm going to update my model, which of course you're going to do, because the model isn't just a one and done. It needs to be an evolving, improving item within your organization. Two things will happen, okay? Firstly, you're going to have areas where, well, we didn't think people would use it this way, and suddenly you find, actually, this is the way it's being used, not that way that we designed it for, which happens. And secondly, you're going to find that there's inefficiencies in your model, and those will need to be addressed over time. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, that's just a reality. So how we address those is we start in our VPAX, we start with the table view. And what we see here in our table view is we have this column here, column O, the database size. And that's really important because this tells us which tables are taking up the most space in our database, okay, in the database in terms of the semantic model that we've got. And we can see here, if we look both at this and we look at column B, the cardinality, okay, which is kind of like the uniqueness of the table. It's kind of how I describe it to people. It's how unique are the rows of the table, okay? What we see is no big surprise. Our most unique table is our fact table. No big surprise. What we can also see is no big surprise if we highlight here, our fact table is also our largest table. So in this model, it's not so bad. Okay? You may well find that your largest table is a dimension, and that's not uncommon, especially in early stages. And that's one that you should be kind of challenging yourself on. Does it make sense that our largest table is that? And in fact, if we look here, our second largest table, okay, is this table. Okay, it was about over half the size, but in terms of row count, it's got, say, 50,000 rows as opposed to 350,000 rows. So it's a seventh of the size, isn't it? But it's nearly 2/3 of the size in terms of the volume of it. So you can see there's a definite impact of it. And this is how you can start to look and see, well, what's going on with this? And in fact, the one below here, the people and events, is 20% of our database size nearly. So we can see these three tables where we would be looking to say, we need to do something to really tweak and unpick and minimize row counts or column counts that we've got here, or uniqueness of them. Do we need the data, would be what we would say. In terms of this, for the Newcastle Park Runs data, we're not going to lose any sleep over it. The whole file, the whole database file is coming through at 10 megabytes. So uncompressed, that might well be 50 to 60 megabytes. It's quite a good compression algorithm that they've got in Power BI. Could only be 30, but we're nowhere near the gigabyte limits that we have for compressed. So we're fine with this. But if you're close to limits and you're struggling and your model is slow, this is where we would look. One thing people always do is they'll say, oh, what do these red ones mean? Okay, the referential integrity violations. So we can see we've got 6 referential integrity violations here. The key thing to remember, okay, and this is really important, you need to remember this, is that the referential integrity relates to both sides of a relationship. So in this case, we've got 6, which means there are 3 referential integrity violations. okay, so in terms of joins between things. So when we look and we say, well, in terms of the total row count of everything, we've got 500,000 rows of data, and we've got 6 that we've got a problem with. We aren't going to get a lot of information out from really digging into those 6. It's worth it. We need to understand what's going on with it, but it's not going to be a huge value add for it. These will be related to where we have some subtle violation. And I know from looking through the data, it's to do with where there's things like, there's a couple of things where people aren't labeled as age with the right age. There were a couple of dog assisted times that are in there, which I think are part of the problem. But again, it's a case of saying we would need to do that deep dive, really look in and find those 6 rows, which would be difficult, but we know roughly where they are. So we know 2 of them are in volunteer membership. We know 2 of them are in running membership. We know 1 is in people. So it's more than likely to be it's 1 person that's potentially over time has volunteered and has run through multiple clubs. So we can look and see where these are, but it would be a case of just saying, do we want to? Is there a huge value add in doing it? There might well be. So it'd be one we would need to have a look at, but at that level, you would need to probably be saying we're going to go row by row to really uncover those issues. Obviously, if this was a finance system, potentially we would say, right, we do need to get in this. But for this, we don't. Rules of diminishing returns, as always, with it. But yeah, we can see. So from there, where we can say, right, these are the tables we're going to look at, we could say, right, participation, we want to get into it and really understand. So we expand that down and look at this as part of the column side of it. And in here, we can see that this column here, our parkrun ID, is our biggest one. Okay, it's 30% or so, 33% of the table itself. So it's 15% nearly of our whole database size just relates to those values. And of course, it's because they're going to be unique, aren't they? We know that these are going to be unique to the 48,000. So there's only going to be 48,000 variations on it, but that's what's going to take up the time. We see that counts back to people. We can see very similarly, if we look at people, parkrun ID is very big by comparison, but the one that is biggest is the participant, which is the actual name of them, their name, which of course doesn't compress very well, does it? You know, most people have different names. There's going to be a few things where we've got similar names, or the same name, but it's, you know, these are realities. Do you need that would be the question that we would say. Because we could turn and say, well, do you know what? We don't want people's names in this report content because we've got an ID. We're saying we're not going to do it. PII says we're not going to do it. And I did think long and hard about whether we should put their names in. In the end, I actually decided we should, given that this is all taken from public data that's on the public websites where the names are there. So we aren't doing anything other than reusing what's already there. And so I think, but yeah, if the discussion was had, so well, we should do that because we've got the parkrun ID. We could just display people's parkrun IDs, and I think there was a version where we just displayed their parkrun ID, and only when you hovered over and looked at the tooltip did it have their name. That might be a better way of going about it, but it would still put it in the database. It's not a case that we've got an API call. We could go and say, right, let's go and do this, but we have a way that works. So we can start going through and say, right, we're going to remove this, we're going to do this, we need to change this. Parkrun ID, for example, we've used this as an integer, but the actual parkrun system doesn't have it as an integer. It starts your parkrun number with a letter, which would make it text, and text is much more difficult to compress. So potentially you would see if we stuck with just the parkrun system information, it would be much bigger, you know, towards the size of it. But again, given the database size, it wouldn't be too bad. So you would go through and we would say, right, this technical documentation is going to be a core part of how we plan an update or an upgrade cycle to our Power BI content. So we've got that whole piece. We'd also then have the other side, which is where we would have requests coming through. And again, requests might come through and say, oh, it's really slow when we go through and look at this. And we might look here and see, we can look at the relationships and how they flow and see what's happening with it. We can look at the compression, we can look at the file types, we can actually, not file types, column types. There's a lot of information you can get from the Vertipaq file. So it's definitely well worth having a look at that. What I wanted to show you as well was here. This is the this is the, this is our Superstore data from something. This is similar to Superstore data. It's got the, I think this is the modern Superstore data. It's not the one we used, but yeah. And what it has is here where we can clearly see we've got customer again. And it's interesting, it's customer again that seems to be the one of the biggest, 41, whereas the sales is 53, 58. So again, it's a tenth of the size and it's nearly the same size. We can see text values, dimensions that are badly built really cause problems for it. That was what I wanted you to see. Okay, so we would definitely know if we were picking this up real world where our sales data is so big, we would start by saying, right, do we have everything in customer that we need? You know, birthday potentially, we really don't want birthday, we really don't want age. You know, kind of this is really bad data set, this one. Going through, making sure we removed as much as possible from it that we just don't need. And that allows you to then start to piece together, trim down your database sizes, make your whole Power BI model better performant. Okay? Yeah? Yeah. All right. So, this is our documentation. So we're going to look at apps, aren't we? Yeah? So apps, let's have a look at apps now. Because one of the things that goes on with apps here is, we mentioned, didn't we, that, so in our apps, one of the things that we need to think about is very much how they piece together. Okay, and or especially how they piece together our documentation and present our documentation to our end users. And that has to be a big part of what we think about. So what we've done here already in terms of in preparation for this call is we've slotted together a few of these. And what I've done is I've effectively just broken out report content from the main Newcastle Parkrun report and put it into more of an app layout, because that's the reality of what you would do in the real world. And what we've had to do to get it to work is we've had to put it all in one Power BI report, which is of course what we say we would never do, because that was a silly thing to do. So it means we've got a nice app that we can look at and we say, all right, we've got here, we can look, we can see, oh, well, we can pick on the report and it takes us to here. We can then say, right, let's go back to the app, and we can hover over, we can actually get some information about it. You notice that tooltips don't work in the app side. So there's kind of some things that in the dashboard side, there's some things you need to think through. You hover over here, you see, we get a nice tooltip. Okay, but this is nice because it means we can go through, we can look, we can see what's gone on any particular day. So we can see what happened at the weekend. We've got our nice views here. Okay, we've got everything. Okay, this is what we wanted. We then go back to our homepage. And the thing I thought we would look at was really this whole piece, isn't it, around putting in a glossary. So where is it? Let me just open Power BI Desktop. Oh, here we go, right, okay. So I've got Power BI Desktop. So I thought, right, let's go through and say, what would we do if we were going to bring in a glossary? So the simplest way to do it is we go through and we go to Insert, and I'm going to mess this up completely. So here we go. We're going to go to, it is real here, yeah, and we're going to put in a new table. And I'm going to call this I'm going to say DAX values equals info.view measures. Hit enter. So this will get us all our DAX measures that we've got. And we can see it's got a nice thing there. You might want to think in terms of, is there a way we should prefix this? Should we do something so that it stands out more? And then bring in a new table. And this is going to be our tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to call this underscore info underscore tables equals info.view tables. And I'm going to do the same on the other one, on this DAX values. I'm going to call this underscore info underscore DAX. Okay, just puts it all together, doesn't it? And then we'll go a new table. We've got info underscore. This is columns. Info dot view columns. And then lastly, we'll do a new table. Okay, let's go info dot. No. Info relationships. Relationships equals info. Zoom in on this actually. Can I zoom in on this? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's much easier. Info.view relationships. Okay, so we've suddenly built something that's actually going to have all the information there. And those of you who were paying attention in our VPACs, oh, of course, this is actually stuff that was in the VPACs. So there's a lot of information there. Unfortunately, things like compression algorithms, that kind of thing, they're not. But this is the cornerstone of what you would need for a glossary, isn't it? So what's this information in here? And what you can see is we also have descriptions as well for everything. So if you went through and you put in descriptions in your DAX measures, especially, for example, where we've got the DAX code there, but we went through to the model view, we looked at some of our DAX expressions here. So let's go with the all finishers. We put in a description here. This is the sum of the event finishers. It's a weird one. Shouldn't be sum, should it? Oh, because event finishes is finished per event. Yeah, okay. So this is, yeah, this is the total of all finishers. I'm going to put that in inverted commas. This will include mistakes as well as unregistered. Okay, so we've got that. So we can then come back through to here. If we look now here and we say, right, let's refresh this, we will see our all finishers that we've got somewhere. Okay. So we can put these in and we then find that we've got a nice way of seeing over time everything that's actually happened within our model. So this is just refreshing now. Let's just see. Oh, come on. So that's refreshed. We can now go back and we can have a look and we can see if we look in our measures, DAX values, we've now got some descriptions in there. So we can go through and we can see there's value add in doing that. We could change those measures as well, the way they're written. So we could use those, use like a select columns where we actually only picked through the right ones that we wanted. There's multiple options available to us, but the core thing is we can just produce a table of these with search measures and search functions and build something that then surfaces up. This is the core information as it stands today within the report. And this is the bit that I always say, be careful with this. This is as it stands today, right? If people have generated measures that are in thin report content as well, they won't appear in here because they're not known by this model. So there's definite value add to it. There's a few gotchas. I don't consider this part of the real documentation. This is more of a glossary of terms for where we are today. Your documentation should be very much about this is where we agreed to the point. And that's why the technical side is what we do is really important. Just putting this in, great, it's really useful, it's well worth it. Okay. In terms of where we are now, how we would get that through and push this into our model, we would hit and go publish, and we would save that. And then we would publish this back to our Jesmond Dean, remember? Okay. Jesmond Dean Parkrun, replace that. And then I should have one I prepared earlier behind the scenes here. No. I wish my view on the other laptop was, the other screen was much easier. Let's just go here, just go File, New, here, shall we? New blank report, okay? Easier, should have done that in the first place. So go New blank report, let's go Get Data from the Power BI Semantic model, okay? Again, this is where the game changes. Let's pick this. And suddenly we can come in here, we can say, right, we've got the DAX views. So we could say, put this as measures, and let's just put in a few things from here. So let's put in, say we want table, but I'm going to make that a slicer. Okay, so we can say slicers. For there, oh, we've only got 2 tables. Okay, even better. Okay, that makes life easier. And then what we want is we can put, say, description. We can put name, and we would put in. Do you want the code? Should we put the DAX in? I suppose we should, shouldn't we? And let's put the expression in. Okay, so we can reorder those around a bit. So name, expression, name, description, expression, and suddenly we can see we've got something that's there. Okay, that looks pretty easy, doesn't it? Let's put in one of the new slicers. Isn't there a search slicer? Which one is it? Am I looking for? Have I not enabled it? Card view, no, button slicer. No, that's the button slicer, isn't it? That stays as a table, sorry. Let me click somewhere else. Put name. Does it have under formatting? So we need to add a new thing. Oh, it's actually, yes, I'm sure it's in one of these, isn't it? Settings. I always forget it's there, isn't it? Settings. Under preview features, make sure we've got these. Spark lines, modern tooltips. List slicer, text slicer. There we go. Okay. I need to restart this. So we could put the text slicer in, do that. What I could do is I could just go and import a visual. Get more visuals, isn't it? Yeah, that's one, get more visuals. Search, text filter. Just as easy, just add this. Okay, you could put your list slicer in or your text slicer. So we've got here, and we're just going to put name in. Okay, so now I can look for, say, streak. Hit search. Okay, and we see most streak and streak. And we've got the code to go with it. Okay, so we can minimize the expression, for example. And we can then see this is the code that we've written for them. So we can see these are quite complicated measures that we've got written through. We've got some that going through different ways. Current streaks, we've got streak, we've got most streak. Used in different points, used in different things, definitely in need of a description for them. But quickly and easily, we've built a measures glossary. So I will now hit, let's put some sort of a theming on this. Let's go with model. Okay, so we can pick different themes. We can say, oh, I want this theme, which looks horrendous. I'm going to go with this one. Let's go with that. Okay, and then under under home, we will hit publish. Okay, so now we've actually been able to publish this or pick where this is going to go. Glossary. I'm just going to save it there for now. Save it. I'm going to put this into our this one. Okay, so we've got that piece together. So we've published this, this has gone through. We can now go through, I can now go back to my browser, which is here. Okay, let's go to edit this, add a tile, text box, or we could pick an image, but let's pick a text box rather simply that. Glossary of terms. Okay, and this is going to be set a custom link, pick a link in the table to something that's there, pick glossary, apply. Okay, so now we've got glossary. Let's put that like that, and I'm going to put it there. Okay, so we've built that dashboard for the app here. So now when we say, right, we're going to update the app, we go through to content, and we need to add the content to it, which again is one of those things. You can show hidden content, again, especially with what we're talking about with all your app workspace, everything there. Potentially want to be careful about it. That allows them to click on, if they have a link to it or they get sent the link, they would then have access to that content before it. So you potentially do not want to allow that. What we're doing is we've put everything into an area here, like a folder that we've created for it. And we've got an audience where they've got access to everything in that workspace, and we just need to make sure we've ticked the box for it as well. We're going to update the app, update it, and now let's go to the app, and we can see we've got our sales dashboard, which of course this is one of the things to think through. You've got your sales dashboard, and then it comes down to how you present what you do. And if you use folders, you can really help make that easier for people to understand. Our parkrun side though, we can see, oh, right, okay, I can look and see, show me the Newcastle parkruns report. Okay, I can say, I want to go and look at the glossary of terms. And here's my glossary. So I can see, what does finishers mean? Oh. Right, so we've got measures for finishers. We can see how they're calculated. We can see what's gone on with it. So easy to do, wasn't it? That wasn't difficult. We can see what measures are there in the age group. We've got just the me filter, okay? There are various things that you can do. We could put the tables, we could put all sorts of schema information in there, available, pushed into the app side for people to really leverage and get the most out of it. Okay, so there's an awful lot of content that you can do and that you can get to from there. All right, yeah. So that was a nice demo, wasn't it? So now it gets to the fun bit, doesn't it? Okay, the important thing to remember with this is getting this right takes time. Okay, there's no way that your business is going to be able to say, right, we're going to pivot on a dime and go into using Power BI and get the most out of it instantly. You will have some people who've got some skills in it. Be very surprised if you haven't, if you're having a conversation about it. Somebody must have seen something, somebody has taken an interest in it. Okay, so somebody somewhere has some skills. You can then actually start to unpick and move it further forward. And this is, again, recommend. Have a conversation with the consultancy. Geordie Consulting, happy to have a conversation with you. If you scan the QR code, click the link down below, arrange a meeting. We will work with you and help make the best of your data. Okay? So, next steps that we're going to happen here. So for me, I'll be doing a bit less in terms of the longer form content that we've got going on. I've got more work to do with the clients and with our new project that we're going through and that we're starting. So we are starting the new project, which is going to be War Kids, okay, which is about internet safety for children and young adults and young people, and much more taking it from a view of we're all parents together. Let's be parents and support parents and actually give parents what they need to do what they want to do with their kids, in terms of parents generally want their kids to be safe online. They generally want their kids to be safe, full stop. But we get, spend a lot of time vilifying parents for what they're doing. So War Kids is a community, is a CIC, community interest company. That's a term for it. We're going through looking for grant funding at the moment, trying to really get this business moving forward with a view of supporting families and parents in the 3 key areas that they will have for this. Sorry, that's weird. Okay, we're going to protect, empower, and secure. So we want to help people really secure their home environment and their home networks, especially to then provide better stuff for their children. Okay, so we really want to empower parents to protect their kids and to also make sure that we can also challenge things like digital poverty. So as part of the Empower, we really do want to look at how we can get involved with recycling of old office equipment to start helping people bridge the gap and stop digital poverty being such an issue in our communities. Because as we become a more digital society, there's a few things that happen. Number one, and this is probably the worst, is that people are excluded because they are not able to access services because of their inability to access technology, okay? Often through financial implications, which then leads to a widening of the gulf, okay, of between rich and poor, which is terrible. We can't have that. Okay? We want a nice, fair society. It's better for everybody. The other thing, and the bit that I find most concerning, is we're seeing a massive increase in violence and in really, for want of a better way of putting it, dysfunctional relationships in very young children. Okay, those first early relationships with a partner, okay, are being very wrong, I think is all we can say. Okay, there's no nice way of putting it. This is something that is really bad, and there's a lot of it which is to do with technology and how technology is being used throughout the life cycle of that child, and these are things that we really want as a business to kind of get together and help people to make the right choices. So I'm going to be spending a lot of time doing that over the next coming months. The goal is very much to get this funded. The quicker we can get this funded and get this moving forward and get this stood up as a business, as an entity that's going to look after itself, the easier it's going to be for me to get back to the YouTube side and to really focusing as much as I should on the consultancy. But this is definitely a project that we're really keen on and I want to see proceed and move forward. So if you want to help, you want to get involved, reach out, leave a comment down below, say, hey, the War Kids stuff looks really interesting. I'd love to hear more. It's the way to go. Okay. So that's what's changing, isn't it? Yeah. I'm going to do a lot more with this in terms of the consultancy side is going to be, that's kind of, I need to do the consultancy side that brings the money in, that helps do everything else. It's really important that Geordie Consulting and Geordie Intelligence are really rooted in our community. That's kind of really why it's important. That's why we're War Kids, you know, nice Geordie terminology. It's important that we are a community and we recognize that we are together. That's one of the things that really draws me to Power BI as a platform, is it brings everyone together. It's not about saying, here's my silo, I am the best. It's about saying, how can we come together with our data? Likewise, how can we protect families? How can we raise our children better? How can we make sure the next generation is better than we were? That has to be the goal. That, for me, is the only reason for doing this. So I hope you've enjoyed the season. I hope you've enjoyed the series. I know I enjoy making these. You know, if there's something you want to see, something you want us to focus on, especially as we're going to be doing a lot less long form content and more short form, let me know. I'm not doing YouTube shorts still, but shorter videos, you know, under 15 minutes. Let me know, because we can focus, we can target particular areas. Other things you want to see? Do you want to see more technical? Do you want me to go through and get into the real technical side of this is how we're going to do it? Or do you just want to see more, just explain why would we do it this way? What's the business benefit? Which is really how we've tried to have the channel go. Let me know. It's really important to me to understand where we're meeting things, where we're not meeting your expectations. For now though, stay safe, take care, ta-da.